and we'll begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for November 12, 2024. So first, I'd like to move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes and discussing strategy related to the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, which must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Mike Salmon?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, we will return to open session after our executive session, which is scheduled for 6 o'clock.
One.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for November 12, 2024. I'd like to start off with announcements and updates from the Select Board, and I'd like to start. Today is November 12. A week ago, it was November 5th. Wow, how did that happen? Many of us are shocked that our wonderful country has revealed itself in the person of a, pardon my language, but convicted felon, a traitor to the Constitution and the nation, a rapist, and a toilet bowl of hate, and just an overall bad person. That person is now America's role model in chief. Okay, think about that. You know, protect your children. I mean, think about your daughters and what he says to them as to what they should accept from men. Think about your sons as to what they should grow up to be. I think about that. I mean, and it scares me. But as Kamala Harris said, this is not a time to throw up our hands. This is the time to roll up our sleeves. Locally, most of us in Brookline individually will live our material lives pretty much as before. Our values, however, may lose out, and our struggles to raise our children as good people will be much more difficult. But there are many people whose vulnerabilities will leave them open to suffering and grievous harm. Our values as a diverse, equitable, and inclusive, progressive community will be under attack quickly. We must make sure that we have compassion for those and think about those who are going to suffer over the next few years. And town government must respond to provide defenses and safety nets to prevent the worst from happening. Rest assured that we are taking steps to protect our residents and our values. It's not going to be easy, but we have to do it. For you personally, I'd like to suggest you inform yourself of what we may be in for. And here are 3 things that I always tell people they should read. They're very helpful. First, Timothy Snyder, who's I think a historian at Yale, wrote a book called On Tyranny. It's a small book and just has some points of, it makes some points as to what you do in different situations under authoritarian rule. The things you do to protect yourself as well as to protect others. Very straightforward. It's a short book. It's worth reading. Secondly, if you really want to get into this, Madeleine Albright wrote a great book called Fascism, which provides in granular detail how authoritarians take over democratic societies, piece by piece by piece by piece. And finally, keep yourself morally focused. Read Martin Niemöller's poem called First They Came. I'm sure people have heard this. which is a poetic form of a post-war confessional by Niemöller, who was a former Nazi who ended up in a concentration camp, and he failed to follow the party line sufficiently completely. So those are my thoughts. I know everyone is either in shock or just wondering, what comes next, but those are my thoughts. I hope they're helpful to you. So, Paul?
Sure. Thank you, Bernard. So we had a Veterans Day ceremony
Right.
on Monday. A little bit different configuration. There were some chairs there for folks that in the past, everybody's usually standing in the street. But it was a good turnout. And I wanted to, in particular, thank you, Bernard, for your comments. Your speech was very moving and powerful. And I would encourage, I assume it's recorded somewhere on Big.
Will be at some point.
Yeah, at some point. And I would encourage everybody to watch that, certainly for your speech, but also for the comments from many others and the sentiments that were expressed for our veterans and all that they do and those that serve our veterans. So again, I want to thank you for your speech. It was very, very well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I also wanted to let everybody know that the town administrator's November newsletter, you don't want to miss the town administrator's newsletter. It's chock full of information, but it's a good one. It's up on the town's main homepage. And then I wanted to announce that the Brookline Neighborhood Alliance in this room tomorrow night I think it actually starts at 6:30 for coffee and some socializing. And at 7 o'clock, they will be discussing warrant Article 12, warrant Article 16, and warrant Article 18. So that's outdoor lighting, some changes that are coming in our zoning code. Article 16, which has to do with tree protections on specifically private property. And then Article 18, which is regulating rodenticides to help protect wildlife, birds of prey and such. So those are 3 quick announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? Mike?
Thanks, Bernard. And thanks for those introductory remarks. There's going to the local level. There'll be a meeting for the Chestnut Hill neighborhood in particular, but other people are certainly welcome to come and participate on the Monday the 18th at 6:30 p.m. In the Department of Public Works training facility off of Hammond Street to have a conversation about what the neighborhood's priorities are for the development of the Chestnut Hill commercial area, where it arises because we had taken really quite a bit of input from people on what they wanted to see. And then when we got a proposal from a developer that incorporated some of those ideas, it turned out that as one person on the advisory committee that's working with us on Chestnut Hill said, be careful what you wish for, because the proposal incorporated many of the ideas that people were asking about, but at the cost of a substantial amount of density. So we're actually going to take a vote. I'm going to ask people to say what their first and second and third priorities are for the development of that stretch. And I would certainly encourage anybody who lives in Chestnut Hill or drives along Route 9 for that matter, and past the street on one side and the largely empty Brookline Chestnut Hill Office Park on the other side, to come and listen and contribute.
Thank you. Nothing else? Okay, let's move on to public comments. Tiffany, please explain the rules.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. The first person we have signed up.
Tiffany,
Yes.
before you go, just want to remind people that we have what may be a contentious discussion coming up on the school resource officers. Do not do not waste your time in public comment with comments about that. We'll have a hearing when that issue comes up on the agenda, at which point you can make your comments.
Thank you. The first speaker is Megan McCarvey. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm just here to speak in favor of protected bike lanes. So I cycle.
Your name and your precinct,
Oh.
your address, sorry.
Megan McGarvey, 21 Addington Road. So I work at Boston University. I live in Washington Square and I cycle to work every day. I just think that protected bike lanes are extremely important in Brookline for safety. It's just so much safer than what we have on Beacon Street at the moment. And I understand that there's an initiative on Washington Street to potentially introduce protected bike lanes. I think it's really important. And I just want to say that I understand there's some controversy about whether the changes on Washington Street will negatively affect businesses on Washington Street by removing parking spaces. And I just want to advocate for the fact that cyclists also frequent businesses and that we need to take into consideration the possibility that increased cycle traffic along Washington Street could offset any potential loss associated with losing parking spots. So that's it. Pro bike lane.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jessica Levizar.
Hi, my name is Jessica Levesar.
The microphone directly into the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Jessica Levesar. I live at 164 Coolidge Street in Precinct 9. And I'm also here to speak about the protected bike lane potential project. So I just wanted to say, I know there's a lot going on about it. I'm just wanting to speak from my experience in Brookline and hope that you'll consider others who are in a position similar to mine. I've been a Brookline resident for 9 years. Thank you for having me here today. And my 4-year-old who came from speech right before this. So, I'm here to speak in favor of the protected bike lanes as part of the redesign of Washington Street between Washington Square and Brookline Village. I've lived here for 9 years now with my spouse, John, our 6 and 4-year-olds, and my 17-year-old who's a BHS student. I grew up in the Montreal suburbs, riding my bike, going to so many different places, parks, sometimes other neighborhoods because we had protected and separated lanes. I then moved to the Chicago suburbs where I continued to have access to protected lanes. When my oldest was born, I acquired a bike trailer. I was able to go around the town, go to different areas, for ice cream, to parks further away from home on bikes. When my oldest was able to ride, they would follow along with me. That all ended when we moved to Brookline 9 years ago. The lack of protected bike lanes, the amount of traffic on the streets just made me so much more worried and anxious. In my first year of living here, I had 2 coworkers who were in bike accidents, one of which from an open door from a parked car. The resulting injuries made me even more hesitant to have my own children on the streets in bikes. I feel like you can tell how safe a town is by how many families are using the bike lanes. And I don't have very many friends who feel comfortable having their children in bike lanes in Brookline, unfortunately. at this time. I think protected bike lanes, this is an opportunity to consider how much more some of us who are sitting on the sideline, who are interested in using our bikes in Brookline, would be able to access, who would feel more comfortable. The safety of our
30
children.
seconds remaining.
Thank you. My 17-year-old hasn't ridden a bike since we moved to Brookline. They are currently at BHS, and they also haven't gotten a driver's license for much the same reasons. They feel like the roads are a little bit scary here. And I feel like having a protected bike lane would provide them the security to have a safe route to the high school and my younger ones as they get older. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Ivy.
Good evening. I can't recall my precinct. I'm at 158 Thorndike. I voted the senior center for the last 14 years, so I'm not sure the number. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So I want to speak to you about the Washington Street redesign. And as the woman who just spoke, I'm very concerned about bicycle safety. I lived along Washington Street for about 15 years of the 40 years I've lived here in Brookline. My children attended Pierce School and the high school. We're all cyclists. And for the last 16 years, I've been car-free as well. Washington Street has always been somewhat hazardous to cars, bicycles, and pedestrians. Firstly, cars drive up and down Washington Street at a higher than usual rate of speed. Next, in the mornings, as you drive toward Brookline Village, the sun is right in the driver's eyes. So it's particularly hazardous the closer you get to Brookline Village, near to the Pierce School to take your kids to school. The sun is right in your eyes. It's quite dangerous. And additionally, the intersections at Cypress and in Brookline Village are kind of awkwardly arranged. There are three main reasons for us to begin to prioritize cyclists and pedestrians as highly as we have valued cars along Washington Street. First is education. Our kids need safe access to commute to Pierce, Driscoll, and the high school for classes and also for after-school activities, which might include after dark. The second issue is commerce. Often when I know parking is going to be tough, and I certainly know that cycling is very dangerous, instead of buying locally, I admit to resorting to ordering online. Next, Brookline Village is the center of the town. It's full of gathering places for citizens. Town Hall, the public health building are there, the main library and the police station, and both of those buildings
30
have
seconds.
community meeting rooms available. We need these important places to be equally safely accessible to drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doug Hughes. Doug, if you're online, could you raise your hand using the raise the hand feature? Okay, the next speaker is Carol Levin. Carol, I believe you're online. I'm promoting you now. Carol, you can start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Carol Levin, 61 Lake Road, Precinct 6. I'm here speaking in my capacity as chair of the Capital Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee regarding item number 10, the special appropriation reallocation of the what's known as the mini CIP. I'm here to offer the assistance to the select board of the Capital Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee. We would appreciate the opportunity to do a somewhat deeper dive into this proposal and review it and help explain and highlight to the select board the various moving parts, which projects have been expanded in scope, which projects have been reduced in scope, In addition, there's over a dozen new projects that have never been part of the mini CIP that are being proposed for fiscal year 26 that we'd like to get a better understanding of whether or not they actually belong in the mini CIP, which is historically been for deferred maintenance. So as I said, I'm here to offer our assistance, and I hope after your conversation this evening, you'll be interested in taking us up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Blair Hines. Blair, I'm promoting you now. You should be able to start your video and begin your 3 minutes if you're comfortable.
Hello, I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Not very well.
I just wanted to comment and appreciate Selectman Green's fabulous introduction. I think it's really important for all of us to think about how Brookline will respond in the next 2 to 4 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance of the meeting.
We have time for more?
We are at 8:16, so we could entertain another
Okay.
speaker. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak during public comment at this time? Danelle?
While he comes up, I just want to remind folks, it's your precinct number or your address. It's not both. So if you're not comfortable giving your address, you feel free to give your precinct number. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Donald O'Neill, Senior, Town Meeting Member Precinct 4, also on the advisory committee. I'm not here to discuss the item that Carol was just mentioning. I'm sure I'll hear more about that in the coming days. My question was in regards to if y'all were going to speak on mission or not this evening. Because if so, if you're not, then I can run home for advisory. If so, then I have to stay here and listen. So that was my question. Thank you.
So we've received a request from the license holder to delay the application, and the board will consider that question as to whether to delay the hearing. So the answer is, it depends on what the board wants to do.
Okay.
If the board says they're going to delay it, which, I mean, it's a reasonable request, but it's the board's decision, then we will delay it until probably January. And if not, then we'll have it tonight.
Okay. Will the board know before or after this school resource discussion, if they want to delay or not?
It's after.
Sorry,
Comes
should
up
know after. All right. Thank you.
So we do have time for one more speaker. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak during public comment at this time? Is there anyone online? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. Okay, it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda are miscellaneous items, starting off with approval of the minutes from October 29 and November 4, 2024. Any corrections or edits to those minutes? Seeing none, I move approval of the minutes for October 29 and November 4, 2024. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Mike Salmon.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, we have, pardon my voice, I'm not sure what's going on. Next, we have miscellaneous items I'm sorry, 6B through 6M. And I'd like to take those in omnibus fashion unless someone has wants to take one of those items out of omnibus vote and discuss it. No, I'd just like to note with respect to item 6H, which is a request for from the chief of police to appoint 8 probationary police officers, that most of these police officers come from local college police forces. Some of them have been in municipal police forces previously, but most of them come from college police forces, college and university police forces, who are not eligible to be transferred laterally into our department under civil service. Since we're no longer in civil service, we have the opportunity to get these trained professional police officers who are working currently in the university or college settings to join our police force, helping to eliminate the deficit in our staffing that we've had for years. So I just want to mention that, that's good news. And, that's some background to that item. Any other questions regarding these items?
Bernard, I would like to just follow on a comment consistent with what you just said. This is a remarkable turnaround in our police department, which does a great job. But several years ago, we had some action taken that was national in nature as well as local, and it did have an impact on our police department. We lost quite a few individuals to retirements. Some took jobs in other places. Morale was very low. And I believe that the hiring of our outstanding police chief, Jen Pastor, and the work that town meeting and the board did to negotiate a contract to get out of civil service, increased pay for our officers, has really set the stage for us to begin to attract talent, and people want to come and work in Brookline for the Brookline Police Department. And I think it says quite a bit about the leadership in our police department, and the support that our police department and all public safety officials get from this board and from town meeting and our boards and commissions. So I'm excited to see 8 officers coming, Bernard. So
Thanks. Okay, so I'd like to move approval in omnibus fashion of items 6B through 6M. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John, Mike Sandman, what's
Aye.
the name?
Definitely not John.
Okay.
Aye.
Paul Warren,
aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. John Van Scoyac is not here today. He's traveling, but he's usually the first person I go to for a vote. So next, calendar items, boards and commissions interviews. We're starting off with a candidate for the Brookline Commission for the Arts, Stan Trecker. Is he in the audience?
Yes.
Oh, see you over there.
You may approach the podium.
So start off by telling us a little bit about yourself and your background, including your background with respect to the Brookline Commission for the Arts. I'm sure you'll mention that. And why you want to come back to the commission.
Thank you. And happy to be here tonight and speak to you. My name is Stan Trecker. I currently live at 21 White Place. My wife Ann and I have lived in Brookline for 40 years. Ann has also served on the town meeting as another example. I applied to rejoin the Brookline Commission for the Arts after I left for a year to do some traveling overseas. I've been gone for about 14 months in total, and I'm happy to rejoin the commission if so permitted. I have both an MBA in international business and have worked as a banker for a while, and an MFA in photography. And for the past 45 years, I have led several nonprofit arts organizations in different areas, and most recently, for the last 18 years, been the president of a college of art and design here in the Boston area. I've also served on a number of different nonprofit arts boards, including one right now that happens to be in East Boston, an organization called Zoomix that serves underprivileged teenagers with music programs. With all that said, as I said, I've been on the commission for a 3-year period, and I'm happy to be reappointed again if so voted. I have to say that I am a strong believer in the arts and what the arts contribute to this town and to its citizens, and also the impact of the arts on the economy of the town. I believe that it is a strong value to our citizens, and they take advantage of it. Simple examples are the many music programs that you experience throughout each year. The recently painted electrical boxes around town, which are a delight, really much better than the plain gray boxes that existed prior to that. And as in one other example, the annual outdoor exhibition of public art in along the Muddy River Emerald Necklace adds so much for our citizens and contributes to why they want to live here. That's all I have to say. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take questions.
Great. Mike?
So first of all, you were the executive director of the Photography Resource Center over at BU, which is a very fine place. I have a question. What did you do? Where did you go for 14 months?
Not that it is relevant to this position, but
Well,
be
honestly,
curious.
it's not absolutely correct. But I mean, Stan's qualifications just are, they're
Yeah.
extraordinary. And so that's not at question. But what did you do all that time?
Well, my wife and I are both retired now, and we decided that we would go on an adventure for a year and rent our house here in Brookline to a lovely couple from California, actually. And we spent 6 months of the year in Mexico at a place we really love, and 6 months in a house on Deer Isle in the coast of Maine. And it was fabulous. It was a very, very strong experience.
Right.
Paul?
Yep. Thank you, Stan. It's rare for us to be able to interview. Essentially, this is a request for a reappointment where you've already served. So often those folks don't come to us and we get to talk to them. So it's actually, it's a great opportunity to speak with you. What's the one or two things that you'd really like to accomplish in your next term that you weren't able to accomplish in the prior?
Yeah. Well, I have to say the commission has grown in personnel in the last several years and now has, I believe, 10 commissioners, which is great. When I first joined 4 years ago, I think it was 6. So I'm happy to see that. And it only means that we're getting more voices heard in our conversations. About 2 years ago, I led an effort to have the monies the funds that we receive from the State Arts Council matched with funding from the town. Many other towns around the state have had this before. Brookline has never had it. It allowed us to give twice as much money to artists and arts organizations and to present more programs for the public of citizens of Brookline. So I would like to continue that. I'd like to continue to advocate for even more funding. It's still a very limited amount. We get $8,000 a year from the state. So it's a small amount, but it does help a lot to bring these programs about. And I'd like to see the commission expand its efforts in other directions as well. For instance, as one example, Art Barn is seeking some leadership and direction in terms of a new home for it. Perhaps the commission can become an advisory in that capacity, those kinds of things as well.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things I'm always interested in is how, excuse me, art, of various types can be made a part of the curriculum in our schools, or in some other way contribute to the education of students. I remember my son was at Lawrence School when they had an incredible program with the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, and introduced the kids to to art and the museum. And it didn't cause my son to become an artist or anything, but it had an impact on his way of thinking, his way of appreciating beauty in general, that is very subtle, but is very important. So, do you have any ideas, any suggestions or?
No, I think that's an excellent point. There's no reason that the commission and other parts of the art community in Brookline can't work more closely with the schools. I mean, we have so much to offer the students there. So I would love to see that. I think it's a good point for discussion among the commission, how we can do that. One small example is when the US Open was here. And we created the banners that appeared all over town. I led a subcommittee to reach out to different parts of the town to ask for submissions of designs for those banners, including going directly to the art department at the high school and asking them to circulate this opportunity to their students. So I'm thoroughly agree with you, Commissioner.
Well, if you're on the commission, do something about it. David?
Based on what you're seeing in other communities, are there any innovations that you would like to bring to Brookline?
It's a good question. I mean, one that comes immediately to mind is a project that Cambridge does every year around the river. And they hold a festival for that. Is there an opportunity to do something that with something like that, something different, obviously, that might take place over at the Muddy River, or in some other location in the town that would be opportune to do that?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll be making our appointments at a later date, and we thank you for your interest in
Thank you.
returning to the Brookline Commission for the Arts.
Welcome.
Okay, next we have two candidates for appointment to the Brookline Commission for Women, Elizabeth Kernan and Shade Amir E. Felly. And if I got that wrong, I apologize. Anyone have any discussion? Okay, I move approval of these two applicants, or these two individuals to the Brookline Commission for Women. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, capital improvement program allocation request. Who's going to introduce that? Is that you? Or is-
Susan, Dr. Givens, Dr. Susan
Oh,
Givens
okay.
is the deputy superintendent.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I'm hoping that in your packet you get a memo and, oh, good. And a document that was approved by the school committee last week after pretty extensive review at our capital subcommittee back in August and then again in early October. This was a little different than we had for a process last year because the town was gracious enough to provide us with resources over the course of 2 years, so FY25 and FY26. And we knew last year when we put our CIP request together that we had more work to do in terms of reviewing the needs in our schools. Last year, we didn't have a director of operations, and so I was coming in new. And so we took the information that we had and we could validate, and we put that forward in our CIP request last year. This year, we have a director of operations. We're grateful for that. And we had 3 new principals last year as well, who were just walking into the facilities. And so they hadn't had the opportunity to work within the building and then offer some suggestions for work that they felt would be essential moving forward. So as we approach the cycle this year, we took the feedback from our administrative team And we met with our town counterparts, Director Simmons and his team. And we've probably invested about 50 to 60 hours in putting this CIP request before you. So what you'll notice is that there was work that was done and we completed. In the worksheet that we provided, we outlined for you the work that was completed in FY25 or will be completed before FY25 has concluded. And then in FY26, we listed all of the items that appeared in last year's schedule. And then we have the new additions that are also included. So the way to read the worksheet, if you have a moment, is in the first column, we identified the items that were either in deferred maintenance and or were added. In the second column, we put plan modifications so that you would know if it was a new item, if it was completed in 25, and or if it was slated to be done in FY26, and we had to make and shift some priorities around. The other thing we had the benefit of is getting new pricing, refreshed pricing for some of these, and also in really assessing some of the scope of work that was put forth for 26, we were able to refine that a bit and make some adjustments there. So we tried to document for you what changes were made to the plan that was proposed last year. And that's what appears in column 2. Again, column 3 and 4 are what was approved for 25, what was actually accomplished in 25, and then refresh pricing for everything moving forward from 26 out. The original FY26 that was approved at last year's budget cycle, review cycle, appears in the next column, and then what we are proposing now for the remainder of the funds that were allocated to us at town meeting. And then 27 through 31 is new information. There are a few instances where we moved a few items out a year or two that were earlier. And there's a couple of situations where we moved something to a higher priority based on what current needs are in those particular buildings. So as I said, this has been presented at 3 public meetings. This will be the 4th public meeting. There has been input throughout this process from members of the advisory committee as well as our administration and the town administration as well as the school committee. So we feel really good about the proposal that's before you and the changes that we're requesting that you approve tonight. This will allow us the opportunity, as we had hoped, to be able to go out and seek bids for the work and then get this work scheduled in advance. One of the things that is difficult is when the town meeting appropriates money in May and we have June, July, and August to get everything done in the schools when we're not in them. This gives us some lead time to be able to go out to bid and schedule the work in advance of the end of the school year. So we're very excited about the opportunity to be able to move forward and plan and get more work scheduled for the upcoming summer so that we can complete some of this really important deferred maintenance. Take any questions you might have.
Okay, Paul?
Yep. Thank you, Susan.
A lot of people.
So I read through the spreadsheet today. I just had a hard time like getting my head around what was happening with
Yeah.
it. There wasn't much of a narrative with it. So the reason why you're coming to us is because there was an appropriation
Mhm.
in the annual budget that town meeting approved that said if there were going to be any changes to the mini CIP, that you would come present those to the select board for review and potential approval. That's why you're coming.
That's
Okay, and that's never been done before. This is the first time we've tried this process because and I think there were some issues raised with the prior mini CIP. There were some changes and we wanted to make sure that we started to get some more visibility around what the changes were and why. I guess the first question I have is what percentage of the budget of this for the mini CIP is being reallocated from the original? How many dollars are actually being changed?
That is a great question. I didn't view it through that lens. So I would have to,
It's, I guess
Yeah.
because I'm the one that actually proposed that appropriation language for a town meeting. And the reason why I did, I expected that, as the contentious items that we had at the last town meeting was like one or two items that had changed. I think there's some transfer from one school that maybe had some work that wasn't completed or was completed, but under budget, and the money was moved over to another project. I'm just, in going through this, I feel that maybe 40% or more of the money is actually being changed. And I'm wondering about that a lot. There seems to be a lot of new projects here. The canceling of other projects or discontinuing of them. And I'm just wondering why so much change at this time? Didn't we know what we were proposing at the last, for town meeting?
I think that's a great question. I'm happy to answer it. As I said last summer, when this CIP process kicked off, I was walking in the door and there was no director of operations. The CIP from the school prior to my arrival was $17 million. I didn't feel comfortable coming before the town or the school committee, frankly, to request $17 million of things that I couldn't explain. And so I spent time with the principals and Charlie Simmons to come up with a proposal last year in the CIP that dramatically reduced the amount of money in our CIP to things that Charlie and I could both understand and present. It wasn't our intention to ask for, and neither did we ask for funding for FY26 last year. So our focus was really on FY25 and what we needed immediately, with placeholders remaining in our CIP requests for out years. And then through the process, the town had additional resources and graciously allocated more money than just FY25, which is all we had requested in the first place. So we hadn't refined the out years. Grateful to have it. And when I was in conversation with the deputy town administrator last year, she felt very comfortable that every year you go through this process of assessing and reevaluating what is essential to be done in the upcoming year, and things change. And so the items that are new are things that, some of our buildings are very old, and some of the repair and maintenance costs that we've had to encounter this last year have been more significant. And so replacing some of the old equipment is a high priority for us in some of the buildings that have not had renovation. For example, the Baker School. This year you'll see that we're adding in some kitchen equipment in two of our schools that had not been identified previously, but is simply because we feel that there's some urgency in getting those attended to. That was not on the list last year. It wasn't on the list
Right.
prior. So it's kind of a process
Right.
situation. And so we're just trying to bring forward what we feel in the next year really is important to be addressed.
So can I have a follow-up, Bernard?
Yeah, one
Yep,
follow-up.
one quick follow-up. So, and I appreciate that explanation. So there is a significant amount of change in the CIP, and one of the benefits of the process that we go through at the time of appropriation at town meeting, leading up to the annual town meeting for the budget, is that we do go through a process that includes the capital subcommittee of advisory, which does do a very deep dive historically on all capital items, including school capital items. And this change isn't benefiting from that. Now, I don't believe that we need approval from the advisory committee for adjustment to the CIP. That's why I inserted the select board can be the proxy for that. But you did hear from Carol Levin, who's the chair of the capital subcommittee for advisory, asking for a delay. And in fact, she sent us a request, I think it was Friday,
Yeah.
asking that we postpone approval of this so that they could review this in collaboration with the school capital subcommittee. I'm thinking Carol specifically, Mariah and Cliff, who I have tremendous respect for. And as you know, I'm a strong supporter of the schools, but there's just so much change here. I'd be much more comfortable if we could hold off on making a decision tonight and have the capital subcommittee for the schools and the capital subcommittee for the advisory committee have a review of this. I mean, none of this stuff is pressing for an approval tonight. A week or two to have that come back shouldn't be a significant issue, correct?
If that's your wish, I
Yeah,
will
that's
say-
mine. I don't know what my
Yeah,
colleagues would think,
yeah.
but that I'm uncomfortable approving
Wait,
it
let,
tonight.
let her finish.
Yeah, sure. Carol has been at every one of our meetings and has had input, and we have responded to many of her suggestions for changes and have incorporated some of them. However, of course, the school committee has their ideas about, how they would like to see it and what they value and think is important too. So, yeah, I don't want to walk away with you thinking that Carol hasn't had active involvement in the process and or the development of the plan as it's presented to you tonight. It's been approved by the capital subcommittee of the school committee. It then has been brought forward to the school committee with approval there as well. So yes, there has been quite a lot of dialogue with the advisory committee, but there's no pressure in having to do this tonight for sure. But there has been ongoing communication and dialogue right along, since,
Okay.
really August.
Okay, David?
So I have a couple of more specific questions. I see two particular items that have changed pretty dramatically. So one of them is renovation of bathrooms at Lincoln, where that request would more than double. And then the other one is floor repairs at Runkle, which would go down from 500,000 to 100,000. Were there any changes since the prior mini CIP was approved at in the situations at Lincoln and Runkle that prompted this request?
The pricing, so we were able to do one bathroom over at Lincoln this year. We had estimated $30,000 per bathroom, and the prices were significantly higher. So this FY26 has been updated, not to change the scope, but in fact to reflect changes in pricing. So that's why that's so much higher than it was when we initially had put that forward for FY26. Runkle was a change in scope. So in the FY26 request, I think it was $500,000 to replace flooring. When we went through the building and looked with a critical eye, all the flooring didn't need to be replaced. There were some target areas that needed to be replaced, and it didn't make sense to us to move forward and tear up perfectly good flooring that has 10 years or more life in it right now. So we modified the scope of work after taking a deeper dive look at that. And that's why Runkle was reduced for flooring.
Thank you.
Mike?
Thanks. Appreciate the fact that you came into the school system, what, a year and a half ago? Is that correct? And there's a fair amount of history, and I think that the mini CIP is a sensitive topic. I think the term deferred maintenance says it all, because for a very long time, there was a sense on the advisory committee, which advises town meeting, not directly the select board, but the advisory committee, that school maintenance was not being completed properly, or yeah, let's just leave it at that. So you've come in sort of as a victim of history, and I think it's important to give the advisory committee a chance, the advisory committee, capital subcommittee, to give them a chance to take a careful look at this, if only to reassure them that the changes are as thoughtful as they appear to be from this very well put together spreadsheet. And I spoke to Carol this afternoon, and her comment was, well, none of this really needs to be finished up until FY '26. And you think, yeah, but FY '26 is July 1st,
That's right.
2025. So it's not a matter of dawdling. And I asked her when she thought that the advisory committee would be able to provide a report. And there's a capital subcommittee, advisory committee, which then will report to the advisory committee. And the sense that I had was mid-January. And so my question is, if we were to hold this off for, what is it now? Mid-November for as long as 8 weeks, would that be a problem in terms of getting the work done, in terms of moving funds, in terms of pricing that's been, quotes and so forth? Or is that something that you can live with?
Well, I mean, bidding, if it's of this type of a magnitude, usually takes, a go to 8 weeks, sometimes 12.
Yeah.
In order to go from putting a scope of work together to going out through the bid process and then awarding a contract. And so the longer we take to be able to do that, the less opportunity we have to get things scheduled.
Mhm.
And as you know, when you have flooring and painting and all of these other things that you're trying to balance, the sooner you can schedule them, the better. Of course, we'll do whatever it is that we're being asked to do in order to be able to get the deferred maintenance program in place for next year. But will it compromise? But could potentially compromise what we're able to get done that summer. But I can't really say for sure.
Is it possible that it'll be more costly? Is that an issue?
It could potentially be.
Why?
If
In terms of the bidding process?
Yes,
Um,
yes. So the closer you get, in my experience, the closer you get to the time that you want a contractor to conduct the work, they are already out there actively engaging in bidding, right? And so the competition gets greater when your run line is shorter. So that's just based on my experience. I know that the town also has, and Charlie's we have the building commission meeting tonight. So most of my colleagues are at that meeting, and I'm representing everyone here tonight. He could probably speak more clearly about that. And I know we also have painters on staff and such. And I don't know for certain what percentage he would be bidding out versus what percentage would be done in-house. I really don't have
Okay.
that level of information for you
all right,
tonight.
Paul?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate Mike's comments and experience on the chair of the advisory.
Yeah,
committee.
right. I should have given you forewarning that I'm former chair of the
Yeah.
advisory committee.
Although I agree with you, but I'm going to differ just a little bit on potentially the next step here, the advice. So I do think as the body that is having to make this decision, we can ask for anybody's advice on this matter. I don't necessarily think it needs to go to the full advisory committee. I think if we could get the capital subcommittee to work on this
Yep.
and then issue their report to us, doesn't need to go to the full advisory committee, schedule a meeting and have them vote and debate it. I'm actually looking for the advice and input from the capital subcommittee. That would be
Fair enough.
sufficient for me.
Yep.
So Mike, what would the full advisory committee think of that?
That's a really good question. So, because as I say, the advisory committee is the creature of town meeting, and the capital subcommittee is the creature of the advisory committee. So there may be some concern that, well, gee, where's our role in this? And the answer essentially is there is no formal role. It was the way the warrant article was put together. It comes back to the select board, not to the advisory committee, but that we're very interested in hearing what the capital subcommittee has to say, because there's expertise and experience. And as I say, I think the major advantage of delay is that it gives the capital subcommittee an opportunity to give itself some reassurance, given the history of deferred maintenance in the school system.
Yeah. Chaz?
I was gonna say, maybe then, so your last meeting of the year, double checking your calendar, your last meeting of this calendar year is December 17th. And obviously that's the licensing hearing and there's a lot there, but theoretically, if you only want input from the subcommittee, maybe you set that as the deadline. So rather than January, you have a month, and that kind of gives them a little more run.
It is, we are heading into town meeting, so there's.
You know, if town meeting is 1 week, then
Yeah.
you've got 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
What's our first meeting in January?
First, we haven't scheduled out that far.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm
Oh,
hesitant
Just
to.
approved the select board
Right.
agenda for
Oh,
January,
never
so
mind.
January 7th would be the next meeting in the new year.
Well, I think taking Paul's, I'm sorry, I should. raise
Oh,
my
no, I
hand.
was just
Yeah.
gonna say, I'm
Yeah.
really hesitant to extend this out too far.
Yeah, I agree. I accept
So
Paul's comment
subcommittee-
that having a report back from the subcommittee would be fine. And if the advisory committee is unhappy with that, well, it's not the first time that we've made the advisory committee unhappy about something after all.
Yeah, I mean, is that a good practice?
Yeah, it's good. Well, to ask a subcommittee for a report, honestly, I think that's where the expertise lies.
Okay, David?
I'm more with Bernard in this in terms of the timing. I would be worried about the unintended consequence of increasing prices. Look what happened to Lincoln bathrooms, for instance, that appears to have doubled. So if we could set this deadline for December 17th,
Mhm.
I understand that's rushing things a little bit, but it's also important that we don't end up hurting the school department here by raising costs and prices even more, and then they have to come back to us again because of a delay that we created.
Yep, fair enough.
So I'd like to get a better sense of what it is we're expecting the subcommittee to tell us.
I think what the subcommittee would do is give us a very similar to report to what they gave us on the mini CIP during town meeting. Again, I had said that, many of these items would normally go through the process with the subcommittee and full advisory, but subcommittee and specifically. I think clarifying the items, understanding how they fit into deferred maintenance versus capital items, other details about readiness for the project, what they do. I would feel more comfortable with that, with a deep dive from them, because we're not going to do a deep dive. And I'm okay with
We can
December
say that
17th.
About any number of issues coming before the board.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we should lean more on experts when we can. It's good to ask for advice
When we need them. Okay.
when we need them.
Mike?
So in terms of what we're looking for, it seems to me that we should be asking for some comments on the new items and not to question the judgment of the folks on the capital subcommittee, the school committee's capital subcommittee, but let's, as I say, get create some reassurance on sort of this side of the house that the changes are appropriate, and the new items and the postponed items are really the things that I would think that they would focus on.
Okay. David, what's your thing on this? And let's say we're talking about at December 17, in terms of, getting something back.
I think a slight,
really-
I prefer if we can build consensus here and have buy-in. That being said, I'm a little uncomfortable with this level of micromanaging. I think that we do want to trust other committees and other departments in their recommendations. If the question for the capital subcommittee of the advisory committee is more around the logistics of mini CIP planning, I could see seeking their expertise in that. But if it's really more as to what Mike just said about the appropriateness of needing a new dishwasher, I trust the school department to be able to answer that question. They already have. They're saying that they need this. So I don't think we need to go to the advisory committee for that element. So if we are going to trust the school department, and again, I don't think we should micromanage, then I would be prepared to approve this tonight. If it would help other members come on board to have more information about the CIP process part of this, then I think a slight delay would be okay, but we don't want to prolong it too much.
Okay, slight delay on voting.
Right.
Or, and you said you're thinking of approving it tonight, but yeah.
It sounds like we don't have the votes for that,
Yeah,
but
okay.
I think
Yeah,
that it would be.
you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind's blowing.
Right.
I see it too.
I personally would be fine with voting it tonight, but I see that we have two of our colleagues who want to wait. I just hope the wait's not too long, and that and what we ask of the capital subcommittee of the advisory committee is not about whether these needs exist. That's for the school department to determine, but about the financial processes behind it.
So this is, may I?
Mhm.
This is the specific request of the chair of the capital subcommittee. She writes, the AC would like the opportunity. Now, I'm going to say the AC capital subcommittee would like the opportunity to provide an analysis of the proposed changes for consideration by the board in its discussion. The analysis will address financial changes to the scope and cost of individual projects, as well as the consistency of the new projects with both the mini CIP and the overall CIP's historical guidelines and procedures.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds a piece of it sounds like micromanaging, as David mentioned.
Right, because what Mike said was about asking the subcommittee about the new items. The new items are removing a carpet, refurbishing some staircases, a new kitchen service line, a dishwasher. The capital subcommittee of the schools is in a fine position to be able to address those questions. I don't know why we would have to farm that out to the advisory committee. So to me, the advisory committee's role would be more on broader picture of the CIP, not the specific items.
I don't know. I see a lot more items than what you just mentioned and a lot more change. I'm not prepared to vote in favor tonight. So, I'm
Well,
be happy to
trying
get.
figure out, what is the scope of what we're asking this
Yep.
advisory subcommittee to give us? And I mean, I'm uncomfortable asking them to, second guess the school committee's subcommittee on, little details like floors and someone said dishwashers, things like that. But if we can come up with something where they could actually add value to our deliberations, I mean, I'm willing to, put off this vote until then. But question is, what is that? Did you want to say something, Chess?
Well, I think, just in terms of the process here, I think the subcommittee will write its report. It'll report on what it wants to report on. With your guidance. I mean, I think that's the reality, is that advisory is an independent body, and it will issue a report, as kind of it sees fit. And I think it will take.
But if if they want to issue a report to us that is not required, I think we have some authority to tell them.
And you have some direction.
What we don't want.
Right.
And what we do want.
Right. And I think the message that seems to be coalescing here is there's the question of, the processes involved in this, but not necessarily the propriety of the request, right? It's not necessarily, do you need that dishwasher? It's, does that dishwasher belong in the mini CIP? That seems to be the concern, that reading between the lines of Carol's email, that seems to be what she's saying.
Yeah, I mean, you pick up a dishwasher as an example. It's probably not a very good example because it's not a very large dollar item. I think you're probably right though, and David's right as well. When we talk about let's ask the advisory committee subcommittee to give us some comments on the overall approach and shifting items within the CIP, and specifically say that we're not particularly interested in having them tell us about an individual item.
Yeah. Can you put together a sort of scope of services for this?
We can do our best, and we can come back to you.
Again, guys,
I also think that given the turnaround on this, you might want.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're analyzing this too much. I mean, we're responding to a request by the chair of the capital subcommittee, who I think she pretty much knows what she's doing. This is her business. She lives in capital planning.
Well,
Just let me, well,
should
not,
go.
well, they should. But I would ask them to follow through on what she's asking for and do it give us a report by December 17th. What's in her note? The analysis will address financial changes in scope of the individual projects, as well as the consistency in new projects with the mini CIP and the overall CIP's historical guidelines and procedures. We've never done this before, guys. This is the first. Well, this is good financial.
No, that's not the reason that this whole processes in place in the first place is what I alluded to, that deferred maintenance says it all, that there was an awful lot of maintenance that was deferred, and funds were used for other purposes within the schools. I'm not saying that the funds were used inappropriately, but maintenance was deferred when it was expected to be completed. And there's a history here, and unfortunately, as I say, Dr. Gibbons has to operate within the context of that history, at least for a little while.
Okay, so I get the sense that we're gonna put it off until December 17. I'd like to, do it a little sooner than that, because December 17 is gonna be a very busy night with a lot of things,
What's the
including.
prior meeting?
That's your,
December 10th.
but that's your workshop, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Oh.
okay. No, all right.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of meetings left in
No.
the year, unfortunately.
All right.
Well, just be prepared for ending the meeting on December 18.
Guys, I think,
I doubt that it will go
I
that.
doubt there's going to be much happening between now and January 7th for issuing RFPs, cost escalation. I mean, we could push this to January 7th and it would have no meaningful impact on bids, processes to get bids, cost for painting a floor. I don't know. I think January 7th would be fine. To have this back.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Yeah.
I'm with you. The sooner the better. I don't think it's very respectful to the school department to keep them waiting for weeks and months at a time over a request that I'm not even sure what's going to be added exactly, but I hear that two of you want that, and that's fine, but let's not drag this out.
So then have it come back the 17th. I mean, we just have them, their report needs to be delivered by the 17th. If they could do it before that time, then it'd be fine, but.
Okay.
Let's settle on the 17th.
Okay, do we need to vote on that? No. So it
Well-
has been discussed, it shall be done. And you're gonna put together a scope. for
Well,
them.
we'll summarize this in the minutes and make sure that it gets to the subcommittee.
Okay.
This discussion gets to the subcommittee, but yep, we will calendar it for the 17th.
And
And we'll be voting on the 17th.
yes, yeah, let's make that clear. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Susan. Okay, next, school resource officers. This is a public hearing. Let me start off by saying we're having this hearing at the request of members of the community and in response to information concerning the value of the school resource program that we have received from teachers, principals, and others. The SROs develop relationships with school principals, teachers, and other adults in the schools and the community to provide a safety net for students engaging in risky or borderline illegal activity, in addition to developing relationships with those students. Following the murder of George Floyd and other police killings and incidents, when I was chair at the time, appointed two committees to look at policing issues. I chaired a committee on policing reforms that produced, among other things, the proposal to establish the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, which has been a very successful committee and has really assisted the board in doing our work as police commissioners. Raul Fernandez, who was on the member of the select board at that point, chaired a task force on reimagining policing that he had proposed. The task force proposed, among other things, eliminating the school resource officers from the schools and also eliminating the related walk and talk officers who develop relationships with youth in public housing. These two programs, in my opinion, were critical pieces of Brookline's community policing concept and program, under which the police developed relationships with the community instead of just going after the so-called bad guys. They proactively got involved before problems arose to prevent them, and they used the relationships they had with individual youth to devise alternatives for those youths when their acts and behaviors were appropriately handled outside of the criminal justice system. When the school the school committee eliminated the school resource program, it promised to devise alternatives to provide the services the SROs provided. I'm unaware of any such alternatives. Maybe David can refresh my memory or tell me otherwise. The select board does not have any authority to reinstate the SRO program, which is between the superintendent, which is an agreement between the superintendent and the police chief. The statute states that an SRO is appointed by a chief of police at the request of the superintendent and subject to appropriation. That appropriation is not a school appropriation, it's the police department's appropriation. But we are responding to concerns raised in the community, and we will be discussing making a recommendation to the school committee after at this meeting or a later meeting. And what we would be doing is reconsidering and reversing, I propose, our vote, which was by 3-2, that supported the decision of the select board to eliminate the SRO program. We're first going to hear from Chief Jen Pastor to just tell us what the SRO are, and what they did, their value, in her opinion, in the schools, and what the police department has been doing in the absence of those programs, because the issues that youth face do not go away, and you can't avert your gaze from what's going on. So I'm sure you're taking certain steps to help out. And the highly trained officers who were walk and talk officers and school resource officers are still around. We see them all the time. So what are they doing, Chief Pastor? And after Chief Pastor, we'll hear from the public. And I want to just mention, I'll say this later, the public hearing is going to be run as follows. No more than 45 minutes, with each speaker getting 3 minutes. And we'll start with alternating between the pro and con sides until one side exhausts its speakers, at which point the remaining speakers will be heard up to 45 minutes. After the hearing, the select board will have an opportunity to respond, and then I will propose a resolution to the school committee on the SRO program. Select board can agree to vote on that tonight or later. And at that vote, they can approve or disapprove my proposal. So Chief Pastor.
Good evening. Sorry about that. I had sent over a PowerPoint presentation, although it looks like the one that is here and loaded is not the correct one. And that is on me. So we're going to do it without visual aids. We're just going to talk. And sorry that you have to
Maybe
stare at me the whole
send
time.
send your PowerPoint to us.
I will do that for sure. There was a lot of adorable photos of kids and cops, and I will make sure that the public gets to see those. But thank you so much for having me here tonight and to reintroduce this important topic. I would like, as you mentioned, to address critical issues about school safety, community relationships, and the role that our youth resource officers play in Brookline. As you mentioned, several years ago, a slightly different select board made the 3-2 decision to support the school committee's decision to dissolve our school resource officer program. At that time, there might have been valid intentions behind the decision, but I firmly believe that the absence of SROs has been detrimental to our students, our schools, and our community as a whole. There are several key areas where the abrupt ending of the program has left gaps that are not easily filled. Tonight, I want to take a moment to walk through what SROs were doing in our schools and what we had in place to support our students, and to explain what we've lost since the program was canceled. I'll then talk about the broader consequences of these changes and why I believe reinstating the SRO program is essential for the well-being and safety of our students. One of the most vital functions of our SRO program was the relationships that officers built with our students and our staff. SROs were more than just law enforcement. They were part of the fabric of our school community. They built personal connections with students, and they made themselves approachable figures that students could rely on in times of need. Before the disbanding of the program, there was a steady day-to-day flow of communication between school staff and officers. Teachers, administrators, and other school personnel would interact with the SROs frequently, which allowed for organic conversations and informal communication to occur when a staff member may not have wanted to call the police, but did feel like a situation warranted a conversation. Some general examples of the types of conversations that used to occur, but are far less frequent now, are those surrounding safety planning on and off campus, mutually beneficial training ideas and opportunities, concerns for students during off-school hours, such as possible fights, disputes,
runaway risks, unsupervised parties, 51A filings, and navigating harassment and abuse prevention orders. As one senior staff member mentioned to me last week, the school staff lost important thought partners when the SRO program was disbanded. For students, the SROs were familiar faces. Our students didn't necessarily know the term school resource officer, but they knew if they could turn to Officer Keneally, Officer Kerrigan, Officer Joe, or Officers Katie and Bear if they needed help with a problem. These officers got to know our students on an individual level, learning their baseline behaviors and understanding warning signs that could indicate that a student might be in need of extra support. When a crisis arose, one of these officers who had an established relationship with the student was in a much better position to de-escalate the situation, to offer support, and to help the student and the staff through the crisis. Without the relationship in place, we lose that level of connection. A student facing a crisis may become more agitated when confronted by an unfamiliar officer, and that only escalates the situation. I believe you heard some of this echoed by our principals and the heads of school at a recent subcommittee meeting. So what have we lost? Since the dissolution of the program, the pre-crisis everyday communication between officers and school personnel has disappeared. Staff members can no longer rely on a familiar officer to talk to questions about student behavior, to talk through safety concerns, questions about student behaviors, or potential issues that might arise. When these conversations do happen now, they're far less frequent and often more formal, meaning less opportunity for early intervention and the development of strategies to prevent problems before they arise. Many alternatives to arrest or court action have been stripped from us because by the time the problem gets to us in the police department, laws have been broken and people have been hurt. In the first half of 2024, my department has arrested 9 juveniles, a statistic I'm not proud of. It's more juveniles than we arrested in all of 22 and 2023 combined. I think we can agree this is not the direction we want to see things going. Additionally, the relationships that students once have with SROs have faded. There's no longer a consistent presence in the school for students to turn to in times of need. Whether it's a minor issue with friends or a more personal serious crisis, the absence of relationship building with the trusted adults has created a void that can make it harder for students to reach out for help when they need it. Everyone here has heard about adverse childhood experiences, but more recent research is focused on the importance of protective factors and the positive childhood experience in building resilience in our children. In fact, research has shown that the presence of 2 trusted adults in a child's life who are not related to that child is one of the strongest PCEs we can offer. And I believe we have many young adults in our community who would identify their SROs as being one of those adults. Beyond building relationships, our SROs served as valuable educators, teaching students crucial life skills that they might not learn elsewhere. Through programs like AWARE, our SROs help students recognize the dangers of substance abuse, bullying, and risky behaviors. These programs, which were conducted in grades 6 through 8, provided students with valuable tools to navigate the complex world they're growing up in. Our detective division has been responding to calls for children who are lured into sending explicit photos, either to each other or adults, have been blackmailed, and in one horrific case recently, sexually assaulted at a local hotel because of online activity with somebody they didn't know. Under the AWARE program that we had in place, our 6th grade students learned about safe communities, cyber safety, and the dangers of substance abuse. In 7th grade, the focus expanded to include healthy relationships, substance abuse prevention, and understanding good cyber citizenship. By 8th grade, the program provided deeper insight into healthy relationships, cyber safety, and substance abuse prevention, and included topics like sexting, digital footprints, and internet safety. Our SROs remain dedicated to staying on top of the latest social media trends like dangerous TikTok challenges, and are instrumental in reporting local concerns back to our entire department for awareness. Unfortunately, with the disbanding of SROs, these classes and proactive education that they provided are no longer offered in our schools. We continue to hear from teachers and staff that students are still grappling with issues like online bullying, sexting, substance use, and misuse. And to my knowledge, there's been no comprehensive replacement for these preventative programs. You gave me 12 minutes, so I'm going to take it all.
I'll give you a couple more.
All right, thanks. The programs we had in place were co-created with our beloved PSB teachers and guidance counselors. And where we once had strong collaboration, we now have individuals scrambling in silos trying to figure out how to make up for what was lost. The need for this education remains urgent, particularly as our students are increasingly exposed to these risks at a younger age. Since the SRO program was ended, we've received requests from schools at least once a year to have our officers come speak to assemblies about cyber safety, and specifically about inappropriate pictures being taken and shared. We're seeing instances of teens and preteens sharing nude images of themselves, not knowing it constitutes child sexual abuse material, and not fully understanding what that means. Our kids are really struggling to understand that the internet is forever, and this is presented multiple times in cases of revenge porn, which thankfully is finally explicitly prohibited under Mass General Law. With formal requests, we've gone to the schools and covered these topics, but generally it's been in response to an incident, and it's less effective than a proactive approach. When we come in to respond to a specific situation, it's perceived as punitive, and that we're only lecturing to students who have already done something wrong. Our officers are now in an awkward position where we've been told we're not welcome in the schools, but we're never going to leave the students or our school personnel without assistance when they call us. SROs were also integral to building a sense of community within our schools. Officers participated in field trips, sporting events, graduations, and school traditions, becoming a visible, accessible part of the school environment. Whether it's joining students at field day, attending track and field meets, or simply being a calming presence during MCAS, SROs were there when the school community needed them. Our department has been praised for our community policing efforts, and we're told by the school committee in 2021 that we're not welcome in that community. Part of the disconnect, I believe, has to do with misinformation surrounding the school to prison pipeline, a catchphrase that was widely used and out of context, and that's eradicated by safeguards we had in place, including MOUs, clear guidelines about the roles of SROs in disciplinary matters, and the elimination of zero tolerance policies. The multifaceted factors that contribute to the school to prison pipeline implicate fundamental questions of race and class. It's not the presence of well-trained SROs in school that create a school to prison pipeline. It's the socioeconomic and other factors present in economically depressed neighborhoods and failing school systems. We're very lucky in Brookline to not fall into either of those categories. And as a reminder, in the history of the SRO program, not once did an SRO arrest one of our students. Another beloved part of the SRO program was Bear, the department's goofy golden retriever. Anyone that was present yesterday at Veterans Day could see the kids flock to Bear, and we always joke that he's the most valuable member of our department. Bear was a comfort to students, often roaming the hallways or joining students during lunch or class breaks. His presence offered students a moment of calm in the middle of their school day. For students struggling with anxiety or school refusal, Bear often made all the difference, helping them feel more comfortable and willing to attend class. Without Bear and the SROs, these positive, low-pressure interactions have diminished, and students have lost that important source of comfort. Finally, the SROs also helped bridge the gap between schools and families. When a student was struggling, whether due to mental health challenges, behavioral issues, or family problems, SROs could step in and provide the support to the student and their family. Officers who had built rapport with students were able to provide a calm and familiar presence in the home, helping families navigate crises and access the support that they need. It's important to remember, kids are only in school about 6 hours a day for about half of the year total. Oftentimes, our officers can bring to the table missing pieces of the puzzle that help explain why a child behaves in a certain way. And sharing this information in a responsible manner is likely to increase that child's likelihood to perform well at school. Without the SROs, our families now face a more distant form of relationship with law enforcement, which can make it harder for them to feel comfortable seeking help or guidance in difficult situations. If our police officers only interact with community members during crises or strictly in punitive situations, we send the message to our kids that law enforcement is something to fear. These encounters become adversarial by default, which increases the likelihood that any interaction will start off tense or escalated, even when it doesn't need to be. This is the entire reason for our community policing model. The loss of this community connection is felt not just by students, but by their families as well. I worry about this particularly with our third culture kids, who might arrive from places where police have a much different role in society. An added recommendation would be to remind the community of our department's General Order 43.0 which explicitly prohibits members of our department from asking about someone's immigration status and or working as agents of DHS, including, but not limited to, holding people on detainers. In closing, I want to emphasize that while we can't go back in time, this is our opportunity to correct the course. The loss of the SRO program has had lasting consequences, but it's not too late to reinstate the program and bring back the relationships, the education, and the support that our students and staff need so desperately. Reinstating the program would not only restore critical safety and educational functions, but would also signal to our community that we're committed to providing a supportive, safe, and nurturing environment for every student. We have a dedicated team of youth resource officers who have kept up with their SRO training and certifications. And while we could reinstate the program quickly, my recommendation would be to spend the remainder of the school year and summer months working with school staff and concerned community members to address any concerns they might have, such as the location of the SRO office or the role of SROs as disciplinarians, to get us all to a place where most of us feel good about their presence. By doing so, we can return to a proactive approach to school and community safety, one that focuses on prevention, building relationships, and addressing the challenges before they escalate.
Okay, you've taken more than a couple minutes. but-
Well, then let's work together to get it done.
Okay,
The
great,
end.
thank you. Next, I want to open up the public hearing. And as I said, the rules are going to be as follows. We'll go no more than 45 minutes, with each speaker having 3 minutes, and we'll start with alternating between the pro and con positions on this matter until one side exhausts its speakers, at which point the remaining speakers will be heard up to 45 minutes. And after the hearing, we'll have the select board give their thoughts. So, Tiffany, hearing is open. Who wants to speak?
The first speaker is Linda Roseman.
Okay, she's on the pro side
Yes.
of the SROs.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Green, for putting this on the agenda. I'm Linda Roseman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 14, and former Chair of the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. Almost 4 years ago, our well-respected School Resource Officer program fell victim to the nationwide anti-police sentiment generated by the murder of George Floyd. I believe that those who advocated for abolishing the SRO program did not fully understand what they were eliminating. Our program was a model for other municipalities, and ironically, we are now one of the only school systems in our area without a school resource officer program. SROs were not security guards, surveillance teams, or disciplinarians. They forged relationships with students and often connected students and their families to services and resources in our community. They helped to steer misguided students away from the criminal justice system by negotiating diversionary contracts so that first offenders could avoid a criminal record. SROs augmented the health and wellness curriculum by teaching about internet safety, relationship safety, drug and alcohol use and abuse, and how certain behaviors can result in criminal charges. Some have argued that police officers should not be in our classrooms teaching our students, but the SROs came in as experts, just as many parents and other community members are invited to speak to students about their area of expertise. I was inspired to come forward to speak in support of the SRO program after hearing a mom speak about her daughter who sought help at the Brookline police station one night. She was feeling distraught and suicidal. Her daughter viewed the public safety building as a safe haven because she had a positive relationship with the SRO at Brookline High School. Community policing is about relationships. Public safety officers are part of our community, whether they live here or not. They should not be anonymous people in uniforms. We should know their names, and they should know ours. Forming and maintaining relationships between our young people and our police officers is good policy. At the August meeting of the Policy Subcommittee of the School Committee, principals were invited to come and discuss their top priorities. Reinstating SROs was in the top 3. They spoke eloquently about the void created by the absence of the School Resource Officer program. Let's support our principals and our students and the faculty and bring back our SRO program. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak against? Okay, so I actually only had speakers.
What about online?
Is there anyone online who wishes to speak against? Marty, I see your hand raised. I'm going to unmute you. If you could state if you are in support or against.
Marty's going to be in support.
In support, okay.
Marty, we'll give you a chance.
Boy, you're jumping the gun. All right.
Marty, are you in support?
Was that to me again?
Yes, you're in support.
Yes, Bernard knows me well.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak against the SRO's program? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature to comment at this time. Hi, Raul Fernandez. I'm promoting you now. Raul, you can start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
One second here. Hey folks, Raul Fernandez, Executive Director of Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity. Let me just start by saying, if there is going to be a thorough and thoughtful conversation about this, docketing a conversation for the Tuesday after a long weekend, with very little engagement with members of the public to be known that this is a conversation that is going to be happening, which kind of for many of us came out of the blue, is not exactly the best way to do community engagement. I'll say, I've talked with some members of the select board about this already and expressed our strong opposition to returning school resource officers to Brookline schools. I was chair, as Bernard mentioned, of the task force to reimagine policing. Contrary to what one of the earlier speakers said, there was a very thoughtful months-long process which involved interviewing the police officers themselves, families, educators, and engagement throughout the entire community that led to the decision to end the school resource officer program, which a majority of the select board at the time agreed with. The school committee engaged their own process, separate and apart from our process, and a unanimous school committee also voted to end the school resource officer program, knowing full well what the situation was, what the officers had been doing and had not, and really seeing the full field. So this idea that it was sort of an impetuous decision is just completely false. We stand against this. You all now have letters from more than 30 community members that have written to the select board saying that they're against this. If you'd like us to get letters from 100 more community members, we can do that. And if this moves forward, we will do that. You also have a letter from Leon Smith, who's the executive director of the Center for Juvenile Justice, who wrote a really thoughtful 4-page letter directly to the Brookline Select Board about why this was such a bad idea, about Brookline being a leader in eliminating SRO's programs in 2021, and that we shouldn't move away from that. No one aside from, it seems, a handful of people want this conversation. The school committee, I don't think, is interested in this conversation. And many school committee members haven't been engaged before this being brought to the select board. The Brookline Educators Union wasn't engaged before this being brought to the select board. Certainly organizations like ours, Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, which, with many members who have very strong thoughts about this, weren't
30
engaged
seconds.
proactively before this was brought to the select board. I don't know what this process is and what it hopes to accomplish, but if it seeks to actually understand the will of Brookline residents, this ain't it. And so, this, by the way, I'll just say this public hearing was supposed to start at 6:30. It was the past practice of the select board to hold public hearings when they were expected to be held, so that members of the public that made time to show up and give comment could do so. It started about 45 minutes late, making it very difficult for the public to weigh in. So I'll end there and say, just reiterate our strong opposition
That
to
concludes
bringing
your
this program
time.
back, and happy to talk with anyone one-on-one who's interested in talking about that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Park. Let me see if Susan's online. Susan, I'm promoting you now. You can start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes. You're on mute, Susan.
Hi there. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Susan Park. I'm a town meeting member from precinct 17. And I was also on the wellness committee this past year as we drafted the new wellness policy. And I am coming here through the lens of mental health. And so in this policy that the wellness committee drafted, it talked about a lot of the gaps that we are seeing in the school district. There were gaps regarding substance abuse education. There were gaps about vaping, marijuana use. And also, I think what's really important to recognize is that during the George Floyd tragedy and all the things that happened after that, that was during COVID. And we are now in 2024. So I am coming through the lens of mental health and the mental health crisis that we're seeing in now. I'm here to support Chief Pastor's request to resubmit to have the SRO officers back in the schools. And my reasons is because we know that youth, what they need is communication with trusted adults. We know the students who are needing the support the most perhaps don't have those communication channels at home. So all the things that the SRO officers could do to support the students, I think these are real gaps. And we are so lucky to have Chief Pastor. We are so lucky for her to know what the needs of our students and our community are. And I agree wholeheartedly with what she's saying, especially since I did serve on the Wellness Policy Committee, and these were serious concerns. I was also on the board of the marijuana study that we had, and the numbers were atrocious. These were BHS students who took these anonymous surveys, and 1 in 3 students, 1 in 3 12th graders who were exiting were saying that they are using marijuana regularly in the last 30 days.
30 seconds.
And so that's just one thing, but I think the SRO officers, this is an opportunity to reimagine the SRO officers and to really see how they can complement, help, support our students who are in a mental health crisis, according to the Surgeon General. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, is there anyone in the room or online who is speaking against? Okay, the next speaker is Marty Rosenthal. Marty, I'm promoting you now. Marty, you can start your video and begin your 3 minutes.
I'm not seeing myself. Oh, wait a minute. I see myself.
We see you,
And I'm audible?
and you're audible.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm still, after 4 years, getting used to all this. So I'm Marty Rosenthal, Precinct 9 Town Meeting member, long ago, Select Board member and chair. And believe it or not, I hate to summarize a little bit my credentials on this, but I was 20 years a public defender, 10 years on the board of ACLU. I've been honored twice by statewide groups with Thurgood Marshall Awards, and I'm a Brookline lifer. Okay, for 3.5 decades, I've been active on Brookline police issues and still feel, as I did with Jeffrey Allen in our 1987 report on police community relations, the Brookline Police Department is among the most professional in the Commonwealth, and there is room for improvement, which we then offered in over 70 pages. So I'm urging to reinstate the SRO program, and candidly, I feel its demise was one of 2 scapegoats of what I have called Brookline's anti-police troubles. I join Linda in talking about how the program fell to fell victim to the nationwide anti-police sentiment generated by the murder of George Floyd. My two main positive points: the state's 2022 Memorandum of Understanding looks to me like a great starting point, and Brookline's program epitomizes, or did, community policing, which we emphasized in 1987, was one of the 6 pillars of President Obama's task force on policing and the 2021 Police Reform Committee chaired by Bernard. That committee, after 7 pages single-spaced, concluded that the SRO program supports healthy, trusting relationships between police and students, and then recommended some changes in the program, but basically supported it. I wrote the same thing in my separate statement in that report. I'm convinced that the officers doing that program are very sincere and thoughtful, and that they are a paradigm for community policing, and also the saying guardians, not warriors. So why are we here? I believe in Raoul cites extensive evidence that there is no evidence highlighting the problems other than from other communities that are not representative of Brookline, including an ACLU report.
30 seconds.
An ACL report that Raoul cites. Those are where we find the school to prison pipeline, but that's not what happens in Brookline. And a town meeting member as well sent out something from one of his friends, another ACL report, the same problem. It is not representative of Brookline. So what I'm urging, like the movie Shane, please come back, SRO.
That concludes your time.
And thankfully, our police troubles seem to have been rejected by our voters. So please revive this scapegoated
Thank you. That
program.
concludes your time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Marty.
Okay, the next speaker is Debbie Hatz.
That's left to right.
Hi, Debbie Hatz, Eleftheriadis, also known as Debbie Hatz, precinct, town meeting member, precinct 15, also retired Brookline police officer. I sent you guys an email and I came here without a written statement because I wanted to hear what people had to say. I was the DARE officer for many years in Brookline, and also I would be called the SRO officer at Brookline High School before it had a title. I was there. And I was there. There's not enough time in a day that could tell you the value that the relationships that I made with the children of Brookline. Every day I was in front of the high school, before school, after school, at lunchtime. And I can tell you on every given day, there were 10, 15 kids around my cruiser talking to me, laughing with me, asking me questions. Not at one time was there any penalties, did I arrest anybody? The kids came to me, they trusted me. The kids came to me with information that there could be arrests, but that was not my job there. My job there was to de-escalate situations, was to mentor people, was to mediate situations, and that was done. The teachers came to me and talked to me about students that may be at high risk, and I reached out to those students. It was a collaborative effort to have these kids go through their 4 years of high school the best way possible. There was no arrests. I can tell you that it is so hard to be a kid nowadays. And there's this perception with the police and of students, of us and them. And by being there, by talking to them, by going to their games, that doesn't happen. That melts all of that away. I can tell you now, I see my students as adults and they come up to me and they thank me for being there. They tell me how valuable our relationship was. And this happens sometimes on a daily basis. I still live in town and I see my former students. When this program was taken out of Brookline, my heart was broken because I can't even explain the situation,
30 seconds.
trust that the kids had in me. They knew I was there for them. And I know that that was the case when the SRO officers were at Brookline High School. Please bring this program back. And I too, I welcome anybody for a one-on-one conversation on what I did on a daily basis and what we did to promote, to support our students. We didn't arrest them. We supported them. We took them out of the system. We never brought them in. We mediated, we supported each other. It
That
was a
concludes your
win-win
time.
situation, so please bring this back. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance. Is there anyone else for or against that wishes to speak in the room or online? If you're online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. There are approximately 15 people in the room and 31 participants online, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, and
Oh.
not 45 minutes. Okay, so I'll close the hearing and open it up to the select board for any comments they have. None?
Well, I have a number of comments and questions, actually.
Okay.
But I was waiting for someone else to speak up.
Well, I'll say a few things.
Yeah.
You know, there's a misconception among many people that the SROs aren't successful because there's no evidence that they could stop a school shooting or gun violence in the schools. Well, the fact of the matter is that's true, but that's not their purpose. I mean, their purpose is different. If you have a school shooting, if you have a couple cops right there at the time, very little that can be done. So let's just be clear what the SRO program is intended to do and what it's not intended to do. You know, a lot of discussion of the so-called school to prison pipeline. People throw that out as sort of a vague concept without thinking about what are we talking about when we talk about the school to prison pipeline, and what is it that can prevent that pipeline from operating. School to prison pipeline is when between youth, talking about youth and the courts and prisons, there are police officers who aren't trained and don't have the type of relationships that enable them to intercept the pipeline from the schools to the prisons. When you have officers like school resource officers, they understand the kids. They know their backgrounds, their home situation. They know the issues that they're struggling with. They have empathy for them, and they can come up with solutions to the issues and problems that they have that just a regular cop on the beat may not have the tools to come up with. I mean, I remember when I was young, we always got in trouble. Not always, frequently. No, I was never in trouble, but those other kids were, right? And, you know, it was very easy for, of course, you know, where I lived, Philadelphia, completely different situation, but it's very easy for even, you know, small problems that kids were having to result in them, you know, going into the criminal justice system and ultimately to jail. Because the cops that were dealing with those sort of typical teenage problems were not trained and did not have the relationships with us to be able to avoid that. So, you know, when we talk about school to prison pipeline, don't just use that as a slogan. Let's think about what are the concrete steps that have to be taken in order to prevent that pipeline from directing kids to prison. That's really all I have to say. I think those two things were really the key, the two issues that came up in the comments, in the letters, and elsewhere. So, did Paul, you have
No,
anything
Mike,
first?
go ahead.
Okay,
Mike,
Mike.
got his finger up.
So I think it's important. I should say that I was on the task force that Raul chaired, and what we heard was that sort of the other side of the argument, which was that the presence of armed uniformed officers in the school was distressing to some portion of the school population. Undoubtedly, that distress was heightened by the context, by the fact that George Floyd had been murdered, but it wasn't just George Floyd. There has been and continues to be a string of young, unarmed Black men and occasionally women who have been killed by police officers. And there's no question in my mind that the actions of those officers are not even remotely typical of what we would expect from Brookline police officers. But just the same, that context had its effect on the people who came and talked to the task force about what made them afraid. And so you have to balance the good that was done and can be done by school resources with that fear. And so the task force's conclusion was, at least at that time, that the fear was something that we were most concerned about. I will say, as I listened to the things that the officers did, for example, talking about cybersecurity and talking about vaping and talking about a range of a range of threats that arise from technology in the modern world, I don't see why that isn't being done through some other mechanism. In fact, it's rather disturbing that it's not. And if it requires, these are not things that require a police officer in particular. In fact, it seems to me like there are people with expertise in those specific topics who could be brought into the schools. I absolutely endorse the idea that these programs are important, and the question is who should be providing them in the schools. And I have lots of other things to say about this, but I won't, because it would take altogether too long and it would use up your 45 minutes.
Oh, no, we're out. We're not subject.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah, I'll speak briefly. And thank you for everybody that spoke, both for and against this evening. It's helpful to hear the perspectives. When this went on the agenda, and I had some earlier conversations about this with some folks that raised it, I ended up watching the August 19th school policy subcommittee meeting. And it really informed my perspective coming into this meeting. That meeting is recorded. I sent a memo to the board just to make you aware of it. I don't know if you were all aware of it. And I indexed where they started to talk about the SROs. But at that meeting, there were 5 members of the school committee: the chair, the vice chair, 3 other members of the school committee, as well as the superintendent of schools, all present during this policy subcommittee meeting. And in addition to that, there were, I believe, 5 principals of the schools. And they spoke quite frankly and supportively of the SRO program. It was remarkable to me because of the history with the reimagining the police and the votes and ending the SRO program, I had expected that this was really a perspective that came from the administration as well, but it's not. The people that are in charge of running our schools and overseeing the day-to-day well-being of our children are saying, we want the SRO program. We would like to have it come back. We miss it. It was a very valuable part of our school community. And it provided critical relationships, not only to the students and parents, but to the staff. And that's something that I was just not aware of. And I think Chief Pastor articulated this tonight. There are these relationships that exist between administrators in the police department that are informal in nature, that allow the administration to deal with complex issues with youth in our schools without having to go through the formal process and the formal channels. They can pick up the phone and call and ask for advice. Why can they call and ask for this advice? One, because they have relationships with the administrators, but more importantly, they understand the kids. They have relationships with the children. So I would encourage anybody to, and everybody to go to the agenda for the select board. My memo is in there, and you can quickly link to the video, and I would ask you to watch it. It was very informative for me, to watch it. You know, there's a saying we all know, it takes a village to raise a child. Police officers are part of our village. And I will tell you, what informs me is my personal experience as a kid. I was one of those kids that was constantly intervened by the police in the community that I lived in. I was constantly in trouble, probably way more than Bernard was.
I was a good kid.
You were a good kid.
I didn't go bad.
I was a good kid too, but I was a kid that was prone to get into a lot of trouble. And it was the relationships with the officers. A number of officers, not only with me, but with my family, given the family history, that were really, really important. And I can't tell you how important those relationships were. In our community, there's very few opportunities for our youth to have a positive experience with the police officer. Those officers are in squad cars, often with flashing lights going down the street, directing traffic. We do have good relationships with school crossing guards, but, you know, because of the cost of housing in our community, there's very few police officers that live in our town. That means there's very few police officers that coach baseball, coach football, interact with them for track, lacrosse, you know, and that's not a good situation. The relationships between youth and officer is critical, and it can't come at the time when someone's getting in trouble. Those relationships have to start early. And I think it's important that we not throw the baby out with the bathwater, which is what I think happened 4 years ago. I think that there was an overcorrection due to the George Floyd incident, which was absolutely horrendous. Other incidents that were absolutely horrendous. I think COVID played into a lot of this. When our community was devastated by that, by the lockdowns. And I think we absolutely overcorrected by ending the SRO program. Was it a perfect program? I don't know. Could it be enhanced? Could it have been improved? Sure, I read the reports. I sat through today listening to the reimagining committee when they took up the SROs. I took the time. I watched the videos. I encourage you to go watch it. It's very, very helpful to hear the perspectives. But I think we made a tremendous error in ending that program. I think we threw the baby out with the bathwater. And I don't know what form it should come back in. And I'm not sure what your resolution is this evening, Bernard, but I'm supportive of asking that the school committee and the superintendent explore, reinstituting this program in some way, shape, or form. I think we're doing a tremendous disservice to our entire community by eliminating opportunities for our youth to develop positive relationships with our police department. And that's what I would be prepared to do this evening, is to support that type of resolution.
David.
I also watched the subcommittee meeting from August 19th of the policy subcommittee meeting of the school committee. And as Paul mentioned, there were 5 principals there. They spoke very compellingly about the gaps that they have been able to observe during the 3 years since the program was eliminated. Back in 2021, when the conversation took place, the potential harm was theoretical because we didn't know what might happen back then. But now we know. There's 3 years of data points. And in those 3 years, there are significant gaps that have been identified by our school building leaders. And I think it's important to keep in mind that these principals are very mindful about the potential impacts of SROs or of anything on the full breadth of their communities. And they are very active in DEIJ efforts. That's been a major focus area of the school department. And even with that focus, they are saying, bring back the SROs. The SROs help all of our students, and in particular, those communities that Mike was referencing, in particular, African Americans. So if that is what our principals are saying, and we're going to trust our educational leaders, and we're going to appreciate what we're hearing from the chief of the police tonight, who, by the way, has an advanced degree in social work, I would agree with Paul that we should recommend that the school committee bring back the program in some shape and form. And I do think that we're in a different place today than we were back then, because again, now we know that there has been definite harm experienced in the schools from the lack of this program. It's not a theoretical question anymore.
Okay, let me propose a resolution of the select board. And I think it needs to, I mean, we need to add something with respect to what we're asking the school committee to do in terms of figuring out how best to do this. Or maybe that's really, assumed that they're going to go through a process to really figure out, what type of MOU governs the SRO program, et cetera. But I'll start off by the following. Resolved that the select board requests that the school committee vote to recommend to the superintendent of schools the reinstatement of the school resource officer program in the high school and the middle schools pursuant to a memorandum of agreement as required by Chapter 71, Section 37P of Mass General Laws. And then I talk about how this resolution plus the record of this hearing in the minutes of this meeting shall be delivered to the chair of the school committee for inclusion in the record of the next school committee meeting. And copies of the resolution should also be delivered to the superintendent of schools, chief of the chief of the police department, and also posted to the town meeting members listserv. So, any thoughts as to? Yeah, Mike.
So I would. You're talking about you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing, but I would be much more comfortable with a resolution asking the school committee to look at a mechanism for replacing the services that the SRO program provided, services and support that the SRO program provided, without explicitly saying put the SRO program back in place. A lot of what the SRO program, as Chief Pastor described it, did was social work. And it happened to be social work by officers in uniform and armed. It's the uniform and particularly the armed part that disturbed the people who came to the task force on reimagining the police. And honestly, I have no idea whether that fear persists in the African American community. It would be very interesting to find out, to learn more about that. But to say to recommend straightforwardly that the SRO program itself be replaced as opposed to the services and support that it provided be replaced, I would prefer the latter.
How about, excuse me, how about saying reinstatement of the SRO of the school resource officer program or similar program?
So I want to raise one point because I think we're missing something important here. It's not just the content, Mike. It's the relationship with the officer.
I understand the social work aspect.
So if we, and I think, no, and I think that's really important. If you take a person to go teach about, drugs and alcohol, the child, the young person will learn about drugs and alcohol, but they're not going to develop a relationship, a trusting relationship with our public safety officers. We have done tremendous damage 4 years ago to our police department. Tremendous damage by the firing or resignation of our police chief. We are just recovering from it now. And we're having police officers actually want to come here because it's positive. there's still the hangover of the damage that we did to our community by so disparaging our police department. And eliminating the SRO program was part of that. And so, no, I don't think just taking a person and saying, teach the content that the officer was teaching. I think we need to help rebuild the relationship between the community and our public safety officers. So I disagree with what Mike is suggesting.
And you disagree with what I said, but.
Well, I wanted to catch you before you tried to negotiate it away.
Okay, David?
Also, from what the principals said at the policy subcommittee meeting, they talked about how the SROs provided general wraparound services. It's not neatly siloed where one moment they're offering instruction on substance use and another moment they're dealing with a particular student. It's everything combined. And the principals explained how it's been difficult for them to essentially have some kind of mechanized system where they'll bring in a police officer for one particular student, but there's no pre-existing relationship anymore. And then when it's too piecemeal, it doesn't function as well as having an existing program that's all encompassing where everything is included. And so I think the notion that we can subcontract each individual piece sort of misses the proverbial forest for the trees.
All right.
And I think that we would want to make a direct suggestion that it be the SRO program. Again, to what Paul said, and I believe you as well, that doesn't mean that improvements can't be made and can't look at the details, and that's what the MOU is for.
Yeah.
And certainly the MOU that would be ratified by the school committee, if that's the direction they go in, would address some of those particular details. But I think broad picture, macro level, if we send the message that we would like for them to explore bringing it back, that's going to be a clearer message, and then they can work out the details.
Mike?
I think I'd like to respond to something that Paul said. When I was in school, in high school, even in junior high school, we didn't have SROs, certainly. And nonetheless, there were teachers who I formed close relationships with, could talk to. There are other people in the schools that kids latch onto. If there is no officer there is somebody else if the child is open to that and looking for it, and there's an adult to respond. And I think what I'm looking for here is a mechanism to put adults in place who are whose job it is to respond. And there are school social workers, there are school guidance counselors. Is it possible to augment those programs with and provide the services and the support, as I say, that the SRO program provided? So I don't think it's reasonable to say that is the only way to do it.
Yeah, I think, I'm not going to disagree with you, Mike. And as you know, I have a tremendous amount of respect for your opinion on many matters. I just think that setting up an approach that would exclude the reinstatement of the SRO, I think is a mistake. How much they do, I think is what would need to be figured out through the memorandum of agreement or understanding. But I do think tonight it's important that this board correct the wrong that took place a number of years ago. This board, not this board, but the select board is the one that initiated the elimination of the SROs. It wasn't the school committee who decided to take this up and end the SRO program. It was the select board that initiated the action that said, we no longer think we should be doing this, school committee. And that memo went over to the school committee, and then they did their thing and they concurred. So I think we have an obligation to correct that wrong. I think it was wrong. I think we did the wrong thing.
Yeah, the school committee can, assign social workers or teachers to deal with cyber crime, sexting, et cetera. But I think we have to have cops in the school, okay? Because a teacher is not going to be able to prevent a kid from getting into the criminal justice system when he does something really bad. A cop who's trained as an SRO can do that because they will know the kid, the background, and whether, this is a real risk that requires, serious, for example, incarceration, or whether, this is something where, as the police department does, a contract can be entered into between the kid and the schools regarding behavior to give comfort both to the school community as well as others that this kid doesn't have to go to jail. Here's an alternative way to keep him out of the criminal justice system. David.
I would also just add, Mike, that guidance counseling was augmented to the tune of 9 FTEs. And even so, we have 5 principals, high school level as well as K-8, saying we still see these gaps. We need the SROs back. So what you're suggesting has already been tried, and principals feel that it has been insufficient.
Right. I watched the same video, and actually I got a slightly different take on it. But as I say, I've made my suggestion.
Okay.
Is
and I was trying to negotiate with you, and I was shut down.
Right.
I think my suggestion.
Right. Then there's no sense in trying to revive a dead horse.
Well, but this meeting is recorded. People will watch it to try to understand the sentiment of the select board and the direction that we're going in. I mean, but the reality is we don't have the authority to do it, right? All we can do is say the objection that a former select board had to the SRO program is now being removed. And we would ask you, school committee, to pursue a reinstatement of the program in some way, shape, or form. That to me is the best that we could do tonight, because frankly, we can't tell the school committee what to do.
If you simply stopped and said to the school committee, the previous board's objection to the continuation of the SRO program is removed, I would say, okay. When you then say, we'd like to have you put it back in place, we
would like you to explore putting it back
in place. That troubles me.
I think the school committee is actually waiting for, something more specific from us.
Bernard, could you reread your resolution?
Sure. Resolved that the select board request that the school committee vote to recommend to the superintendent of schools the reinstatement of the school resource officer program in the high school and middle schools pursuant to a memorandum of agreement as required by Chapter 71, Section 37P. Now, the actual process by which this happens is the superintendent, works with the police chief. But, I just want to make clear that we're asking the school committee to back up the superintendent.
Yeah.
And giving some recognition to their role in the.
Does the MOU come back here, or does it?
No.
It's
I mean,
with
it's between the police chief and
the superintendent.
But I think in our packet there is a.
I've seen the
draft MOU.
Right.
That's based on the statute. So I mean, it's pretty thorough. I mean, there's certain things that we can add in terms of, for example, the type of uniform, or the location of the office and things like that. But for the most part, it's pretty tight and I think not perfect, but pretty good in terms of setting up an SRO program that addresses all the concerns that people have from SRO programs across the country. Most of which are just not relevant to us, but is sort of the background for much of the discussion.
So I'm prepared to support your resolution as worded.
Okay, so that's the first part, and then the second part just talks about distributing it to the school committee and others so that everyone's aware. So I move approval of the resolution as read. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Mike, you're first.
No.
Okay, Paul?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, thank you. Very good discussion, in my opinion. Next, item 12, also a public hearing, marijuana retail establishment license violation, but the cannabis establishment that is subject to this license violation, Mission Mass Inc. requested that this hearing for license violation be postponed until later. And in December, we're going to vote on a tentative license to enable them to then sell their license. So did I state that correctly, Chaz?
So ultimately, right, the letter that we got from Mission, which is in the packet, in the public packet, if people are interested and want to read it, is they've asked for a delay to January, and their delay is to explore options for its future operations. That's what it says. So they're considering the possibility of selling it. The obvious issue here is that they've been noticed for having violated the terms of their agreement, and the select board has to have a hearing on that and determine what the consequences of that would be. So prior to any of that happening, there has to be that process. We'd recommend under the circumstances, staff would recommend under the circumstances, it's their first request. There doesn't seem to be any prejudice to, any interested party by having a brief delay for them to figure this out. We're fine with the delay if that's how the board wants to go with it.
Is it okay to talk a little bit about?
Sure.
this? Okay, so Chaz, and I appreciate you've probably been in contact with them. And Bernard had mentioned something about them selling the license. What can you talk a little bit more about? What does the delay do, and does it further that cause? That's the first question, and I'll get it all out. The reason why I asked that is, of course, this license, should it become available, and it is available, needs to go to an equity applicant, and ideally an equity applicant that's been a member living in Brookline for 5 or more years. Now I know that part of the cost associated with obtaining and then starting up a cannabis operations is acquiring a site, going through all of that stuff. The process is very, very expensive, right? To secure the site, get it approved by all the bodies we already have a site, right? Which is Mission. Is the intention to keep the license associated with that property? Do we know, or like what's going to happen?
When they reached out to us, they said, again, just to really count the history, they said, whoa, we didn't intend to close. We didn't intend to surrender our license. We wanted to sell it. And we said, that's all well and good, but you closed up shop, and under the terms of your HCA, that means you're in trouble. And they said, okay, can we have some time to figure this out? And what we said was exactly what you said. There's no guarantee, there's no promise. There has to be a hearing, and the board has to hear from them and make a determination on what an appropriate sanction is for the violation of the HCA. But what they've said is we want more time so that we can put our best foot forward to the board, so that we could say to the board, look, we are going to sell it to a local equity applicant, pursuant to the terms of your equity, pursuant to the terms of your policy. And, that's why. So basically they said, can we have more time to put our best foot forward and say that we're going to do that? And we said, that's up to the board.
And so if I can ask one more question, Bernard. So if they propose the sale to somebody, we would have to approve that sale.
Yes.
Right. And so if we think that it doesn't meet our equity policy for cannabis, we could reject it.
So yeah, again, and this is something where I think, we would want town council to give you advice on the concepts here, right? This is, again, what penalty can you impose on a licensee? It's a first offense, but it is an offense that voided the term of their HCA. There's all sorts of things at play here, what we've been focused on internally is what is the best possible outcome here? The best possible outcome is the lowering of a barrier to access for a local equity applicant. So whatever gets the lowest barrier to access for local equity applicants is the outcome that we.
And that could be that they sell the license.
Right, but that's not a guarantee. So we said, if you need more time, we'll ask the board for more time, but it's not, nothing is guaranteed. You have to make your case.
Okay.
Okay, then I move that we agree to the postponing of this license violation hearing. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Mike?
Aye.
Inman. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
That'll be on January 7th.
Happy New Year.
January 7th. You're welcome.
All
Okay, next we have, Economic Development Advisory Board presentation. And then we have warrant article reviews, so we're not finished yet.
We're 8:30.
It's a forward one.
Hi,
Good evening.
good evening. I'm Ann Myers and I chair the Town's Economic Development Advisory Board. And I'm sorry, I retired some time ago and haven't used a PC. I'm a Mac girl, so I'm just getting used to the buttons. Sorry about that. The board has 12 members, all of whom work or in my case have worked in the field. We have a lawyer, we have developers, we have development consultants, we have people who specialize in finance, we have architects and planners. And we support and are supported by an incredible group of staff, Meredith Mooney, who's the development director, and Erin Norris, Jessica DeRoy, who's here, and Zach Tesler are the current staff. Our mission is to promote commercial development that enhances tax growth and offsets fiscal burdens for residents so the town can provide high-quality programs and services. We aid in the growth and prosperity of the town's business community, improve the functional and aesthetic qualities of public space and commercial areas, and promote equity and inclusion. EDAB representatives serve on a number of other boards and committees. The list is here. We also work closely with groups like the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association, the Chamber of Commerce, helping them with their events and their issues. Here's a list of the property tax generating projects that EDAB has worked on over some number of years. And those projects have resulted this past year in $7.7 million of tax revenue, $6.5 million property tax, $1.2 million in rooms tax. If you look at fiscal 23, there was what we think is an anomaly, $2.1 million of hotel tax. We think that was pent up demand from COVID. And we also get $1.6 million in room tax. Meals tax last year from approximately 167 restaurants. We don't know the fiscal 24 numbers yet. We expect that it will be higher. Those come, I think, later in December. Recently, we've worked on the MBTA Communities Act Harvard Street zoning. We specifically provided language that included the addition of general commercial use definitions, the addition of non-residential parking requirements, the removals of parcels surrounding Stop and Shop and TJ Maxx because we believe that those can be more densely developed. And we provided early support for ground floor commercial incentive policy component. The ground floor commercial incentive policy came up because as meetings were held about the Harvard Street zoning, one of the biggest concerns people had was that the ground floor retail was going to disappear along the street. So a group of EDAB members, Fall Town Meeting in 2023 adopted the ground floor commercial incentive. In the winter, a working group of EDAB members worked on the details of that plan, and it was approved by the select board in this past July. Other things we've worked on recently, the linkage fee nexus study. The idea came up, or somebody asked why we don't have a commercial linkage fee like we do a residential one. And we had the only way to do that in Massachusetts is to hire somebody to do a nexus study, which we did. We developed a whole lot of information, and it turned out that it didn't make sense to do it. And you all agreed with that a couple of months ago, I believe. But again, we got a lot of information, and if it makes sense sometime in the future, we have a template for figuring out how to do that. A life science lab report, a group of EDAB members got together to figure out what we needed to do, and they worked closely with the public health department to figure out what we had to do in order to tee up potential zoning for life science labs when that comes back, which hopefully it will at some point. And we worked on, at the beginning of COVID, we developed a rapid recovery plan to help us figure out how we could best help businesses in town during COVID. Current projects are a Coolidge Corner parking study that's now underway. There's a public meeting about that on Thursday night. We have proposals due in tomorrow for the Center Street lot study, which will begin, hopefully we'll have a contract by the end of the year. Staff is working on the evaluation of the Gateway East bus-only lane pilot. As I think you know, we've been working a lot on the Washington Street Complete Streets issues. The goal for EDAB is to make sure that the businesses in Brookline Village and Washington Square are not, that both areas stay commercially vibrant. Streamlining licensing has been an issue that both EDAB and the Small Business Development Committee have been working on for some time. Brookline is not known as an easy place to start a new business. In fact, we have a negative reputation. Tiffany has a group of Kennedy School students, right? Working right now on streamlining the common vitular license. And there's a public meeting about that in early December, and hopefully that will be a template that we can use for some other licensing processes. And then EDAB does warrant article review in every town meeting cycle. We take a look to see if there are any articles that that impact our ability to do development or impact our commercial areas. And we have hearings and we opine on those. Commercial area projects are also important, just as important as the development projects. You saw that we got $1.9 million in, excuse me, 1.6, I believe, in meals tax last year, and commercial area vibrancy adds to the tax base through increased meals tax and property tax revenues. And we do a number of things to help that. One is the outdoor dining program. I believe that Brookline might have been the first or one of the first towns when COVID started to set up an outdoor dining program, and it's evolved through the years. And last month, you voted and EDAB supported the guideline and fee structure amendments for fiscal 25. We use $365,000 of ARPA money to renovate and subsidize the rent at 440 Harvard Street, where there's a pop-up program where new entrepreneurs can test brick and mortar space and see if that's something that they want to do. We hope that if they decide to open up a storefront, that they do it in town. And we contract with a women's owned business called called Up Next, which does all the work for that. They find the vendors, they do the marketing, they help them get set up in the store. Hopefully you've seen all the artwork that's around town. The turkeys are coming. The concrete bases, I think, are being set in various places, and you'll see more wall murals and more wall art coming in the next year. And we've given $500,000 in ARPA funding, providing 21 businesses, 21 businesses the opportunity to complete 27 projects that grow or optimize their business. And we have a facade loan program. That's quite old. It's probably 10 or 15 years old. That it was established to encourage business owners and property owners to undertake improvements to their commercial storefronts. And we're working now to update that program to better align with current business needs. We want to work on a couple of things moving forward. As I mentioned, Brookline is in the middle of a large urban area. Developers and new businesses that want to start up can go anywhere. They don't have to come here. We need to position the town so that people want to come here and make it easy for them to open up here. So we want to develop a competitive matrix to assess our policies and indicators against peer communities. We need to develop a good list of indicators, which we haven't done yet, but things like other towns' licensing process, whether it's easy or takes a long time to get permits to open a business, whether they, what their town government is, how they get things done. And then we also want to create a framework for development potential assessment using tools that hopefully are available to determine if proposed development projects are meeting commercial tax growth potential that we think they are, so that we can, again, we can measure the success. We do have an ask. EDAB's never had a select board liaison. We'd love it if somebody was interested in serving in that role. And that's all I have.
Paul just raised his hand.
Okay.
Is anyone else? Anyone else?
Well, I was going to raise a finger, but I'm happy to have Paul raise his hand, his whole hand.
Okay.
Okay.
It's
that
not
was
on the
easy.
agenda, so it's not official, but
Okay.
we'll get back to you.
All right. Any questions? Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah, I have, and thank you for the presentation and for all the members and their work. This area is near and dear to my heart. I had one question I was going to ask you, but you asked the question, you answered it. And my question was, do people think we're easy to do business with? What's their perception of us? And I'm glad, well, I'm not happy with the answer that you gave, but I'm pleased to hear that we're going to try to do something about it, which is to assess our competitive positioning, against others. But I hope that we'll go further and, once that's done, but really start to market Brookline to the region and beyond to have people come. I mean, it is a tremendous opportunity, and I do think we're very difficult to do business with. One of the things, and I live right in St. Mary's, so St. Mary's is like my front yard, so I'm very familiar with the business, at least that business district, very intimate with it. And I don't know if this is a general perception across the town, but many of the businesses just feel adrift. They're not sure who's advocating for them. They're not sure who's helping them. Who should they reach out to? And I hear that quite a bit. And I'm wondering, is there a role for EDAB in helping to figure out what's the best way to support the businesses that have chosen to invest in Brookline, and how to help them stay here and be successful?
Yes, there is. I don't know if Jessica, who's working closely with the businesses, do you want to answer that? And also, the Small Business Development Committee has been looking for a representative. We have a few empty seats on that committee. I'm the vice chair of that committee, and Ailish Gilligan from the Public House is the chair. And we've been looking for a representative on that committee from St. Mary's, and we haven't been able to get anybody yet.
Interesting. Okay.
So if you know somebody, let us know.
Okay.
So I'll just echo what Ann just said. I think that there is most
Identify
definitely-
yourself for our vast TV audience.
Yep. So there is a role for, oh, sorry. Jessica DeRoy, Economic Development and Long-Term Planner for the town. There is definitely a role for both EDAB and SBDC to help the business community, as well as the economic development team. Myself, Aaron, Zach, and Meredith, who Ann mentioned earlier in the slide deck. Definitely open door for the businesses. That's what we're here for. Economic development has zero regulatory power. So one of the biggest benefits to us is that we don't have any real skin in the game. We're here to help the businesses and really navigate between the town departments and really understand what their issues are and try to navigate the whirlwind that can be the process of starting a business. We do have a partnership with the local, or I shouldn't say local, they're out of Kansas, a co-op that does some back-end software development for how to start a business in Brookline and licensing navigation. So in partnership with Tiffany's work on the licensing streamlining, we are working with them to have a nice, beautiful website that makes it easy to navigate this. So it is all in the works, but our doors are always open.
Thanks, Jessica.
Okay, David?
So I have a question regarding outreach to potential new businesses for Brookline. So I'm hearing a fair amount about working with current Brookline businesses and also streamlining processes so that those who go to you receive some assistance. But are we ever going a step further than that and looking to potential proprietors and telling them, why don't you consider Brookline, as opposed to waiting for them to come to us?
We should certainly be doing that. We haven't, I see Meredith is there. I don't know if you want to answer that question, Meredith.
So I think ideally, it's important that we have partnerships in place on the private sector side. So we work very closely with the business organizations. Select Board Member Warren and I had conversations recently about the importance of, outreach to local commercial areas, and a lot of that success depends on businesses' willingness to talk to one another in a commercial area and create sort of a pipeline and a central group like the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association. Brookline Village also has a business association that the town can really plug into and understand local business concerns with one voice. In terms of recruiting businesses, I think we get inquiries from businesses that are interested in looking for storefront availability in Brookline, and we connect them with sort of our network of commercial brokers. Again, in an ideal situation, I think, having some sort of an entity like a business improvement district, which has a very clear vision for sort of what the market opportunities are and a vision of what the kind of target commercial business mix would be very helpful in being able to engage more in the promotion of Brookline and business recruitment.
Because I think recruiting is particularly important, because a major part of urban planning and assessing the needs of our neighborhoods is being able to think proactively. Well, what's missing from this commercial district? And rather than waiting and hoping that somebody comes to us to fill that gap, or somebody else comes in who doesn't fill that gap, and now all of a sudden that gap still exists and there's no space left to address it, that we get proactive on our end about what our vision is for each commercial district, the mix that we would like to see, and then we reach out. So if, for example, there's a neighborhood that we decide should have a hardware store, that we reach out to purveyors of hardware and say, would you like to come here? And this is why Brookline would be a good place for you to do business, and show them the numbers.
Yeah, we haven't done it recently, but every once in a while we have one of the brokers who's active in Brookline come to EDAB and talk to us about what's happening in the market. And retail, as you know, is changing significantly. One reason I think we have 167 restaurants now is because it's much easier. You can't buy, you can buy food and get DoorDash and things, but you can't order it as easily online as you can other things. And small retail is, not many people are starting it. It's very hard to do, and it's hard to compete again. People got even more used to ordering online during COVID when they couldn't shop, and I don't know that the shopping part has come back.
Well, oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Michael.
So I'm very pleased to hear that we're taking a look at licensing and common vic licenses in particular. I'm Paul's successor on the licensing board hearings that we have, and the volume of paperwork that a licensee, a potential licensee, has to submit is just incredible. And I often say to people who are regulators and, in this case, advisors, try and fill that stuff out yourself and decide how high that barrier is. Because I think and I don't know, there are certain kinds of things we got the health and safety regulations and so forth that are absolutely mandatory, but it's just an incredible pile of stuff that has to be put together. And the best way to get a sense of how big that pile is to try and do it yourself. As I say, and by the way, I would suggest that you ask the Kennedy School students to do that for you.
Yeah, if I may just make a comment, actually today we met with representatives from all the departments involved in licensing, and it was a very successful meeting of the minds to talk about what redundancies there are, whether departments find the information we're collecting as a part of our process useful, if they're asking for the same information for their department specific licenses. So we're working through that right now.
Right.
And I'm optimistic that we'll be able to duplicate this in some way, shape, or form across all of the license types.
Well,
Yeah, I would following up Mike just said, I would challenge us to get to one form. And you populate one form and it gets spread to everything else.
Well,
You do it
that's-
once,
We talked about a common app today.
whatever it is, but
Yeah,
one
well,
form, you fill it
it-
out once, it gets displayed. But following on to David's remark about, different types of uses that we want to see in our neighborhoods to have them be vibrant. When you have all the same use, you don't have the mix of retail that doesn't really contribute a lot to the quality of life of our neighborhoods. I think in New York, they actually do some incentives on use. They've built it into their code to incentivize certain types of uses, like a grocery store or a pharmacy or, a daycare center. And I don't know if we've ever explored incentives like the ground floor commercial incentive. Is there a use incentive for areas that we would like to see certain types of businesses to contribute to the vibrancy of the business district?
Hi, Sandy Silk, a member of EDAB and Vice Chair to Ann. Relative to the uses, I'm going to speak here as a developer.
Okay.
One of the challenges is that then you're kind of trying to make the market. And so unless you're providing incentives to support a use that may not be market feasible, then you end up with a gap and you run the risk of having empty storefronts.
So you'd have to underwrite the use in order to make it viable.
Well, you need to make sure, I'll pick on a daycare
Yeah.
facility. Daycare often cannot pay super high rates. So if you want to put a daycare someplace where the rate is very high, it could be very challenging. So unless there's a subsidy somewhere, whether it's to the landlord or to the tenant to support their rent, there's a gap. And
Yeah.
so you're not going to get that use specifically. So a little bit of, and this is truly one of the things that we were trying to address, not use specific, but to create diversity of operators with the ground floor commercial incentive.
Right.
So I'll put a plug in and I will also wear the hat that I worked very hard on that.
It is a great, I love that.
That there was talk about expanding it to other areas once we start to see how well it works, right, with some initial groups. So we should continue to look at that, and we can certainly look at other areas and work with staff to identify where use supports, I'll call it, have worked. But I would strongly encourage you to listen in the next time we get a broker, because it's extremely helpful. And Brookline is facing the same challenges that every other community is. And in truth, we are much higher up the food chain, so to speak, in terms of retail diversity and vibrancy. We sit in a very strong spot there.
So we're in a good position with diversity.
Exactly. Well, and I mean diversity of use. I'm
Diversity of use,
speaking
yeah.
of operator.
Yeah, no, I meant diversity of use, but we're still really hard to do business with.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mike.
Right, I think it's true. We are indeed the reputation that we have for developers, as as well as business people. The advantage that we have is that we have a population, a demographic that people love to try to sell to. So you have Burdick coming in and selling chocolates, relatively expensive chocolates in the heart of Coolidge Corner, because there are people here who can afford it. The one thing I wanted to say is thank you, because I've been the beneficiary of having EDAB members sit on a couple of committees that I've been involved in, and the support, the common sense, the numerical analysis that we get, and the experience that is provided to us, the knowledge that comes from that experience is provided to us has been wonderful. And so I want to say thank you to all of the members.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Anybody
you.
else? Okay, I, just to follow up with Mike said, actually, Paul stole my line. When I was talking about all the disciplines that we have on EDAB, I was going to say it takes a village to get these projects done, which it does, in terms of all the disciplines that we need to involve. Meredith Mooney, the board had asked EDAB to give you our opinions, I guess, or thoughts about what's going on in Chestnut Hill. So Meredith is in a box over there. She's going to bring you up to date on this current city realty proposal and talk a little bit about the whole the whole Chestnut Hill study area. And then Ken Lewis, we spent a great deal of time at our meeting last week at EDAB talking about this. We have some initial thoughts. We have some initial concerns. That's all going to change because this is going to be an evolving project, and we're going to probably be back a few times to talk about it some more. But Ken is going to, after Meredith gives the presentation, Ken is going to follow up with a report on our discussion last week. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. And before I dive into the presentation, I did just want to take a moment to thank Anne, Sandy, Ken, and all of the other members of the Economic Development Advisory Board. We are incredibly privileged in the Economic Development Division to have their time, expertise, and commitment. So deeply grateful. And my role, as Anne said in tonight's presentation, is really just to do some quick table setting with an update about where things stand with phase one of the Chestnut Hill commercial area study, and particularly with City Realty's recent redevelopment proposals. And then I will transfer it over to Ken to walk through the remainder of the presentation. So the last time the Select Board received an update on this proposal was back in early October. If you'll recall, we are moving forward with the Chestnut Hill commercial area study in 2 phases. Phase one is the Tully Street block. It runs from Tully Street to the Brookline-Newton border and includes 2 properties, one that's currently zoned for Office 2.0 and one for General Business 2.0. So this Office 2.0 property is a unique site in Brookline in terms of its depth, dimensions, and redevelopment opportunity and potential to contribute to the commercial tax base. So this property was purchased in the spring by City Realty. City Realty over the summer wanted to put forward a redevelopment proposal. So that proposal was presented publicly to our community advisory group in late September, just before your October update. And so I just wanted to do a quick recap to remind you about what was originally presented the last time you discussed this. And then since then, staff has relayed some feedback that's a reflection of staff feedback, public comment, and feedback from our community advisory group. And they have submitted a revised proposal, which I'll just bring you up to speed on. If you'll recall, City Realty's proposal includes 3 buildings. The tallest was originally proposed, that's Building A in the upper left-hand corner, as 20 stories with luxury condo over hotel. Building B was proposed as, I think, a 12-story multifamily with ground floor retail. And then Building C was proposed as a ground floor, first 4 floors combination of retail, medical office. And then I went up to 13 stories for senior housing that was a mix of different levels of continuing care. So the street elevations from Boylston Street, Heath Street here. The proposed access to the site was through Boylston Street with a new vehicular connection, so that the exit point was onto Heath Street, and they were, proposing turn left on Heath, turn left on Tully to get back to Route 9. So the original anticipated net annual tax growth for that was in the neighborhood of $9 million. Which did not include the hotel excise tax, which is estimated as about 1.5 million per year within the first 5 years of operation. And there were some follow-up questions about, within that anticipated $9 million in annual tax growth, what is that really connected to based on the components of their redevelopment proposal? So you can see the estimate is the majority of that tax growth would be coming from the hotel and luxury condos, with a quarter from the senior living, medical office, and then the remainder from the multifamily. The revised proposal was presented October 30th. So the tallest building, Building A, they proposed a 4-story reduction. So it was proposed as 16 stories of condos over hotel. And then the most significant change to the program was changing the kind of continuing care for the senior housing into an age-restricted 55 plus, and still retaining the medical office retail combination. So, and then to offset some of the changes in the program to the age-restricted housing, there's a proposed increase in the height of the multifamily building. So here's another perspective about sort of illustrating the changes in terms of height. I would also go back and say, these buildings are situated around a central corridor in green space, and there was a lot of feedback concern about the potential to create a canyon effect and have a lot of shadows and darkness on, what City Realty feels is a very important centerpiece and component of their vision for the Chestnut Hill Office Park. So another sort of diagram to give you a sense of what's changed in terms of the proposed massing. Another piece of feedback that was identified in our memo was concerns about the single entry point to the site, and particularly not a lot of great access options from the Brookline side of the property. So City Realty is having preliminary conversations with Mass DOT about creating a left turn if you're approaching from the Brookline side to the site. I think those conversations are still very early, so we're looking to get a better sense from City Realty and Mass DOT about whether that's a feasible option. This is a quick summary, which captures a lot of what we've talked about. I will point out, given the study objectives of incentivizing net new commercial tax growth, the modified proposal does include an addition of 25 hotel rooms, as well as a slight increase of 30,000 square feet for commercial use, and significant change in terms of the number of residential units proposed. Most of that is coming from the change in the continuing care senior housing to 55 plus age restricted. Back of the envelope estimate for annual tax growth with the revised proposal is 17% decrease to about 7.5 million. So that is just a quick update. I'm happy to pause here and answer any questions about where things stand in terms of the City Realty proposal, but if not, I can turn it over to Ken Lewis, who is a longtime EDAB member and as well as one of the EDAB representatives on the Community Advisory Group for the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study.
I have one question. I didn't hear anything about affordable housing. Heard about luxury housing, which makes surrounding housing unaffordable, more and more unaffordable. So, how are you addressing that issue?
Yes, so City Realty, and I think Ken was planning on alluding to this in his update, but City Realty will be going to the HAB at the December meeting to present and talk about a menu of options for complying with inclusionary zoning affordable housing requirements.
If I could
Yeah,
just
Mike?
add one thing, I think it's appropriate to say that what you saw was versions 1, version 2. I would anticipate a version 3. So let's not get fixated on any particular feature of either one of those.
No, but affordable housing is as important.
No, that's not what.
Up in the very
Yeah,
beginning.
no, that's not what I meant at all, but
Okay.
about housing. No, I mean, in terms of the, height and circulation and so forth, let's just wait and see what version 3 looks like.
Ken, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Can I control this here?
Meredith is pulling it up for you, but if you would like to, Meredith, do you want me to pull it up there, or is that fine?
Ken, I'm happy to flip through, otherwise.
Okay, sounds good. Just go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah. So for the record, my name is Ken Lewis. I'm a member of the Economic Development Advisory Board, and as Meredith indicated, I'm one of 2 EDAB representatives on the Community Advisory Board for the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area, along with Zaina Talja. And that Community Advisory Board is chaired by Mike Sandman, so we appreciate his leadership on that. I've been asked to provide a summary of initial observations of the EDAB's discussion on the CHCA with a focus on the City Realty proposals for the redevelopment of their 5.3 acre site known as the Chestnut Hill Office Park. So I'll summarize these observations in 2 categories. First, objectives that EDAB supports, and second, a list of some of our key questions and concerns. And as Mike just indicated, we should acknowledge that the City Realty proposal is a work in progress and that many of the questions and concerns are being addressed by the developer. I also wanted to update you on an EDAB ad hoc subcommittee that we've agreed to set up to help evaluate financial feasibility and physical impact projections. And then finally, provide a checklist of key decisions that we'll need to make as a community to memorialize the town's objectives into a specific zoning bylaw amendment and supplemental development agreements that'll be presented to town meeting. So EDAB supports a townwide perspective on this district. We view this as an opportunity to create a new mixed-use commercial district that can serve all of town residents. As Meredith described, there will be commercial real estate components, including potentially including a hotel with event space, medical offices, and retail and restaurants, as well as multifamily residential that'll essentially target empty nester households primarily, and also add to the town's affordable housing unit stock. We should all support a long-term perspective. This is the single best redevelopment opportunity that we have to strengthen Brookline's commercial property tax base, and people should understand that these annual tax increases are going to be available to help support town services for decades. The EDAB supports the two-phase approach that the economic development staff has recommended. There is a distinct near-term opportunity for the parcels west of Tully Street. The parcel size, the current vacancies, as you're probably aware, 3 of the 4 buildings on the Chestnut Hill Office Park are vacant. The age of the buildings, and there's also an upcoming lease expiration date for the Citizens Bank master lease on 1330 Boylston. EDAB supports density that is substantially greater than that's permitted under existing zoning. Some of the obvious factors that we all know that this site enjoys the multiple curb cuts on Route 9. Its location on the south side of Route 9 means that there will be virtually no shadow impacts on any Brookline residents from the new development. We also think that sufficient density is important to create synergistic land use mix between multifamily and hotel, multifamily and medical office, and all these can then help support viable on-site retail. We also note that obviously the density is directly related to the significant tax growth and substantial positive net fiscal benefits. With regard to vehicular access, we recommend that we keep an open mind on this issue. I know it's somewhat controversial, but we need to create a balance for access for all Brookline residents, including those that are east and south of the district, and balance those with concerns that the neighbors have about increased traffic. We believe that the proposed traffic study that's being done as part of this analysis look at all the turning movement options. Sorry, the computer here went out. And including potential site ingress from the Route 9 westbound, which would require, if a new left turn lane was added, would require Mass DOT approval. Also consider ingress and egress off of Heath Street curb cut and potential site egress to Route 9 and west via the Hammond Parkway. EDAB also supports utilizing precedents from prior zoning bylaw amendments that have already been adopted by town meeting. It includes tax certainty agreements. We have other situations like Waldo Durgan and the recent Brookline Housing Authority Walnut High Street zoning that tied the maximum height to specific right-of-way adjacencies. We've done some massing orientation regulations. If you recall, we did a sky plane zoning for the Davis Path project that provided for a staircase design that mitigated shadow impacts on the White Place neighborhood. We have examples of shared parking facilities, which will be a key factor of the Chestnut Hill Office Park redevelopment. We both underground garage at Waldo Durgan, as you may recall, and then on Eberl Island, we have an agreement there to have a shared curb cut and garage ramp that would facilitate redevelopment of the parcel that's north of that site, north of the hotel site. We also set minimum lot sizes for eligibility for the overlay zoning on Emerald Island, which is something we may consider. Moving on to the questions and concerns, probably the biggest issue that EDAB members raised was the phasing of the Chestnut Hill Office Park site redevelopment. In particular, the developer's proposal to build the entire 842 space parking garage underground for the entire project up front That would be a very substantial outlay of capital, something north of $100 million. And that represents a trade-off between the efficiency of cost, the lowering cost per parking space, but then also increasing the threshold for the construction period interest and taxes, the carrying costs. So that's something that we want to take a close look at. And are there options that the developer should consider for phasing the underground parking? The development timetable itself needs to cover multiple years and probably, no doubt, changing market conditions. And then can we create enough zoning flexibility to accommodate those market changes? This project, as it is currently conceived, has a lot of financial interdependency. The success of building A is feeding then directly into providing funding for the subsequent phases in building B and C, and that's a critical issue. With regard to site plans, as Ann mentioned, we have 3 architects on EDAB, and we also have 3 architects on the Community Advisory Board, and they all have ideas about how we might organize the massing on the site. There is general consensus that it should be oriented towards the north side with step downs to Heath Street, but there are also some debates between how much should be oriented to the west or the east side of the site. We also want to explore options for increasing pedestrian circulation and specifically enhancing pathways to the street and to the Chestnut Hill MBTA stop, which we think will enhance the feasibility of the commercial retail, hotel, and multifamily components. The development proposal is a vertically stacked mixed-use development project that would have 6 components. That helps diversify the developer's risk and also provides some internal customer base for the different uses. And per the RKG analysis, they felt that there was sufficient market demand for the long-term uses of those that's being proposed. I think one of the key questions that we need to face in formulating these regulations is how do we ensure that the commercial residential mix, the commercial component is retained. One could envision a situation where, as in subsequent phases in building B and C, the market for multifamily still remains stronger than the commercial markets, and therefore there might be some pressure to reduce that component, which is currently programmed at about 38% of the total square footage. There's also concerns about the viability of the luxury condo market, which is a key financial driver. That you can understand why the developer wants to maximize the height of that building to enhance the views and noise mitigation from Route 9. And then the hotel services and amenities could be linked with that. So it is it's an important component. It's a real driver. They're assuming that the condos would sell for around $1,700 a square foot, which is pretty high end. So we'll see about the depth of the market there. There's also some concern about medical office, just how much depth of demand is there for that. I would note that the lower level of the building across the street, the old movie theater, that's half below grade. That's also being marketed for medical office. We have a niche in our missing niche in our Brookline hotel properties with a lack of event facility space. That's something that's being proposed here, but we need to understand what the parking and traffic implications of that are. And then the retail is largely oriented to the interior of the site, and that's a concern potentially. The restaurant space over at 2 Brookline Place, for example, is still looking for a tenant. So that's something we should be aware of. And then a question as to whether we should think about zoning for life sciences, even though the market is very weak on that and likely to be so for many years. Is that something that we want to at least permit or include as a permitted uses, and that introduces some biolab public safety health issues that need to be discussed. The parking, the town has supported, as you well know, a reduced minimum ratios. However, most of the community areas that fall under the TPOD, the transit parking overlay districts, do have much better access to mass transit than this site does. This site is about a half mile from the walking distance to the Chestnut Hill MBTA stop. So the mass transit feature isn't as strong as obviously Coolidge Corner and Brookline Village. And we'll also need to understand how the shared parking arrangements work between the different uses. Let me go on now to just a quick recap of, could you go to the next slide, please? We've set up a subcommittee, ad hoc subcommittee. Meredith, could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. 4 people, George Cole, who's a new member to EDAB. He's at the Building Commission tonight. Sandy Silk, who's here with us. Mark Bearer, who's Development Director at Lend-Lease Boston. And I'll serve as the liaison to the Community Advisory Board. Our charge is to look at financial analysis, primarily feasibility, working with RKG and the staff on analyzing different sensitivity analysis and doing risk assessments, and then also looking at some of the physical impact assumptions. We'll not be duplicating the Community Advisory Board, but supplementing their work on reviewing these proposals. We have our initial meeting set up in mid-December, and we hope to produce really just a general work product of work recommendations to EDAB for consideration, then to forward on to the select board. I think we can click through these pretty quick. These are the, as you look at the challenge of translating broad land use planning goals into specific regulations, we'll need to go through a whole set of dimensional standards, land uses, parking ratios, circulation plans, and then of course, affordable housing. Could we go to the third slide, the last slide, please, Meredith? And so I think, Bernard, to your question about affordable housing, there is likely to be a mixture, I would think, of on-site affordable housing units as well as supplemental cash payment to the Affordable Housing Trust, perhaps similar to the agreement that was worked out with Chestnut Hill Realty for the Waldo Durgan site, to provide some units on site, as well as the fact that the HAB probably needs a fair amount of cash to help support the BHA in their redevelopment of the Walnut High Street. And then finally, I would note that the ground floor commercial incentive program is currently restricted to the Harvard Street, Main Street district. In March of 2025, this board will have the opportunity to review that and decide whether you might want to extend that to the Chestnut Hill commercial area, which I would encourage you to give some serious thought to. Thanks.
Thank you. Paul.
Yep. Thanks, Ken. And I'm not sure who may want to tackle this question, but the $100 million garage, how much risk and cost is that introducing? It just seems like a significant weight on this project.
Yeah.
And I haven't been able to get my head around it, but it's a lot of money and it's adding a lot of cost and risk, right?
I will say that the cost of a below grade parking spot, just anywhere, is somewhere between $125,000 and $150,000 a spot.
Yeah.
That gets a little bit better with scale, but it doesn't get a lot better than that. And so a lot of the conversation that I've heard of kind of one-on-one related to the Chestnut Hill Community Advisory Group, as well as at EDAB, has been that we need to be really thoughtful about how they're going to do that. A lot of the EDAB conversation last week really got into the weeds of where are they going. There's lots of examples of garages of that scale. The Seaport garage under the Seaport Hotel, huge garage with 3 buildings on top of it. That's a really good construct to think about this project. There were also projects in Kendall Square where garages were built. There was one that sat with nothing built on top of it for several years during probably the early 2000s, I think that was. Later on, a 8-story residential building that was previously planned finally came to fruition. So it's a great point about the garage. And it's critical because without those parking spaces, no project works there. There is a lot of discussion. I just want to add this point about the height being a trade-off for
Yeah.
the below grade parking and to get to the open space. And so these are really the issues we're grappling with. And kind of one of the key things I think EDAB's committee will really think about how does the zoning, and I want to be really clear that the zoning is the protection for the town, right? Developers come and go. I've been the developer who comes in and says, that doesn't really work. Can we change it? So, EDAB in our role as kind of trying to protect the tax base, right? Which is really our first charge, is thinking very strongly about how do we make sure that the zoning really gives us what we want at the end of the day.
And I assume, Sandy, that the site is similar to the other project that's on the corner of Hammond that's been going on forever,
Yes.
right? Which has run into the problems with going down, right?
I mean, as a developer,
Yeah.
right? And forgive me if you all know this, the risk is always in the ground,
Yeah.
right? Like that's where you're most worried
Right.
because it's what you don't know about. And in this case, I mean, that site at the corner of Hammond Street is very tiny. So it's very, there's no lay down area. It's very hard to do that. There will be a little more space here, but it's months of time in the ground.
Right.
There, maybe even a year in the ground before you come out. And so making sure that, I mean, we also all are old enough to remember the hole at Filene's basement that took a while. So that lots of protections needed, because I don't know if there's many cases in Brookline with below grade parking to the scale.
Yeah. Okay.
David.
You made a point about how the current design would have most of the retail on the interior of the site and how that could be a concern. Could you elaborate on that in terms of perhaps what you think would be a better layout or what the specific concern is? Is it about visibility from Route 9 of the retail?
That's one issue, and also speaks to the issue of how much density there is to support that. But so signage and other things would be necessary for that. It's not there will be retail frontage on Route 9, but most of the orientation in the entryway is anticipated to come in off that common area corridor that's been proposed. All right. You want to add anything to that?
I will just add, and I will be on my soapbox a little bit about this point, is that this is a development for all of Brookline. I live in South Brookline, and so I have been advocating that more people other than just the immediate neighbors here get engaged and be heard through this process. As somebody who lives further away, access via Heath Street is super important. For most of us who live in South Brookline, the way we get to Wegmans is to go Route 9 or try to go the back way. And to put people onto Route 9 in order to get to South Brookline is challenging. So it's one of the reasons that the Economic Development Department's working with, and I'm probably going to get the department wrong, but with the traffic department to do a broader traffic study to really look at what the real impacts are so we can make sure that this project really supports all of Brookline and enables everybody to access it appropriately. This area of Chestnut Hill is essentially Coolidge Corner for those of us that live in South Brookline. Our kids walk to this area. So making it safe from a pedestrian perspective, but also making it accessible for everyone, I think is really important, and not to landlock it only to Route 9.
David?
To your traffic point, do we have any idea about what would come in subsequent phases moving further down toward Hammond? And then also on the other side, where there's that Hammond Street entrance to the street, there's the CVS, then those three houses that are behind there that potentially would be rezoned into something. And the reason I ask is I think it's important for us to have some understanding about neighborhood continuity when addressing these traffic issues.
Great comment. I might defer here to Meredith because she knows more about the scope, but when I spoke with her, the scope of that traffic study is extending to those areas. So I'll let Meredith answer that.
Yes, that's correct. We are finalizing the scope of a traffic impact study that will include the entire study area, phases 1 and 2, which includes a lot of the intersections and properties that you referenced, like Board Member Perlin.
But as a part of that traffic study, do we have some idea? Will it also be mixed residential, commercial? What is going in there? Because I think that's relevant to a traffic study, because you want to know how much traffic you're going to be generating for your development.
I mean, Meredith, if you want to, do you want to take that again, or you want?
Yes, absolutely. So we will need to provide some parameters in terms of what the potential development program would be throughout the study area. And hopefully, there'll be a model so as those could potentially shift as we move further through the study process, that we'll be able to update what the projections are in terms of traffic impacts.
And you're aware that there's a proposed 40B, that's a 6-story building that's been proposed, and there's been a site assembly for those. So the developer does own that, and that would be a sort of a new anchor, if you will, to the east side of the site. We also did speak with representatives from CVS. They have absolutely no interest in redeveloping this at the present time. And they also have a long-term lease for the gas pumps there when they bought the property. So we can certainly include that in the zoning, but I would anticipate that would stay the current use for quite a long time.
I'm thinking more about the 4 houses that are beyond that, because to me, it seems like that might not be the best use of that space, given that it's right on a parking lot for a major shopping center, that corner could potentially be redeveloped into something else, or at least zoned for it if the owner wanted to go in that direction. And I'm wondering if there's any thought about doing that. Sort of taking down that fence there and having that be another retail area.
So it is included in, sorry, just to jump in, it is included in phase 2, that property. And I think we're certainly considering that, and some of the concepts we've looked at, creating opportunities for some types of uses that would be a little bit more synergistic with the rest of the street is something that we're thinking about.
Okay, any further discussion? Thank you. Very helpful and
Thank you.
much for us to digest. The next, we have a bunch of warrant articles that we're going to reconsider. Is Melissa here, or is it Maria who's going to walk us through?
Good evening.
Okay. Okay, we are reconsidering warrant articles 12, 14, 7, and 9. Just make sure that you remind us what we're reconsidering. What was our action before?
On warrant article 12, there was a request from select board members to reconsider. So I think, David, you were the requester there. This was about the light.
Yes, so I have some updates there. So Jocelyn Murphy of Advisory Committee and I took another look at it. And in considering the recommendations of Town Council, there remains a concern that 4E and 4G in particular deal with further restrictions in terms of light use. And Town Council indicated that we want to avoid, if we're looking to not have light use restrictions embedded in our zoning, that's not the place to be adding more restrictions, because that puts us at risk for any attempt to try to enact a subsequent general bylaw addressing light restriction. So I would certainly endorse removal of 4E and 4G. I believe that the advisory committee, or at least the one member I was speaking with directly on this, would endorse that, and perhaps the entirety of the advisory committee. I also would want to remove from the purpose section where it mentions light pollution, because that also indicates that we're trying to potentially put into our zoning code this issue about light use restrictions. Town Council made it clear that zoning should be more about design, should be more about installations, and not about subsequent restrictions. And we want to be mindful that if we were to embed in our zoning restrictions on light use, then that would not be retroactive. And it's only by general bylaw that we could have retroactive restrictions. So I think that at a minimum, we would want to make those three modifications. Remove light pollution from the purpose section and remove 4E and 4G. Now, I also spoke with moderator Wyszynski about this. He indicated that those three modifications would be within scope. What would not be within scope is attempting to remove the restrictions on light use that already exist in the existing zoning. So there's some mention about decorative lighting between 5 a.m. and 11 p.m. So that would be beyond the scope. So we can't really address that piece of it, but we could the rest. So my suggestion, depending on what the three of you think, is that we either would recommend that town meeting pass a modified version of Article 12 with the three elements I mentioned that would be within scope, or that we recommend referral so that the planning department could also take a look at removing in a future iteration the few places under illumination where it does seem to look at light use restrictions, such as the 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. hours.
In either case, we have to reconsider our previous position.
Correct.
Which was?
We
Favorable
vote-
action. Favorable action.
We voted favorable action. So can I ask a question, David?
Sure.
So David, you ran these by the moderator and those would be within scope. Advisory, what did advisory do on this?
So advisory recommended referral, but that was based on keeping 4E, 4G, and light pollution in the purpose section. They were opposed to that because of the concern about therefore anchoring us within zoning for light use restrictions. If those three come out, my understanding is that advisory would be more amenable to
Well, you-
recommending favorable action. But again, I
You
didn't.
have
speak
one
to all of
member,
them.
you have one member of
Yes.
the AC saying, okay.
But that was the thrust of their concern, was those sections that include light use restrictions.
Yep. So I guess the first thing, Bernard, is we would need someone who voted in favor of the article to be willing to I'm willing to reconsider it based on the concerns David raised.
Vote in favor, right?
I did vote in favor. Yep.
I did as well.
Oh, you did? Oh, you did?
I did, yeah.
Oh, I
It
thought
was
you.
unanimous, so yeah.
It was
unanimous.
unanimous. Oh, so you can reconsider it.
Move reconsideration.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I
who
was going
moves
to say, I'm happy to
reconsideration?
move reconsideration and then to do this. And I think that would be better than referral, recommending.
To remove those items. So you, yeah, I mean,
And that way we've got something on the books and
Yeah,
and if
yeah.
there are further iterations, then planning can just focus on those.
which if I remember, that was really the reason why we voted in favor, because we wanted something on the books and we deal with the bylaw later. But David raised a good point that these things are in the, so I would support removal as you,
Yep.
As David
Okay,
suggested.
so as someone.
So I move reconsideration.
Okay, all in favor, Michael,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
David,
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Now, we take up the article as amended. You want to I guess the record, the minutes already show what the amendments are, that removal of the two provisions and the change of the purposes.
That's correct. So
Okay, so all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Michael Salmon.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
aye.
And Chair votes aye. Okay, moving on to Article 14. Separate ownership of buildings on the same lot.
So this, I think I asked for this to be put on to discuss a possible reconsideration, because I voted in favor of it. David had raised a concern that we hadn't heard yet from the advisory committee, and therefore he abstained. We now have the advisory committee's report and recommendation on this.
Right.
And so I read it, and they raised concerns that I wasn't aware of, namely, number one, that this is only solving the problem for one district. And, this idea that, the condo provision needs to be added in or removed. I forget exactly what they did, but it doesn't cure the problem. It's we still have it across the other M districts. And so, you know, I think in the report that they actually quote, I think when Attorney Simpson saying this, you know, this really doesn't solve the problem. We still have the issue because it's in the other districts. So I'm just not, I'm not sure why we're doing it. If we're only
Why we're doing it at all?
why we're doing it at all. They, you know, the advisory committee recommend referral to the comprehensive plan steering committee. I'm not supporting that. Frankly, I'm questioning whether we should be doing this at this time.
Okay.
Which would probably be no action. So I'm very skeptical about why we're doing it. I asked Tiffany, and she did include the advisory committee's report on this. And it was, hopefully you had a chance to read it. It was very, very informative as to why they came to their conclusion. I think they came to the wrong conclusion, which was referral.
Yeah.
I almost want to just say, stop the presses and let's come back to this later. When we can do it, we can look at all the zones and come up with it. So.
Okay.
Do we want to hear from planning on this? Maria is on.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much. Maria Morelli, Senior Planner in the Regulatory Division. Initially, when we drafted this warrant article, we had all of the districts, and really the planning director said, you know, if we can just focus on one district where this is likely to be useful and keep out those M districts that are part of the MBTA Communities Overlay District, where we adopted that overlay district so recently, it would get people to understand that there is a problem where we do have people coming to the front counter asking about it. They're your constituents, they're homeowners, they're not investors. So doing something in a way that is pragmatic is useful. And I do want to point out that there is nothing, when you walk down the street, you don't see the difference between a condo or a rental property. So I think one thing that I'm a little confused about, what would you be referring? I do want to separate. We're not trying to create an entirely new bylaw. This is a concept that is already on the books. And I understand people might have an issue with that particular concept, but that really isn't the scope of this particular amendment.
Yeah, and that's a great, Maria, I'm not suggesting referral. I think the advisory committee referred it. I'm not suggesting that it be referred. You know, the stated purpose for this amendment was to deal with to cure the conflict as it affects condominiums. That was the stated purpose of it. However, the addition and the deletion of ownership in the bylaw, we're also proposing to insert new alternative public benefits requirements as conditions for the grant of permit, including location of an on-site affordable unit if there's not otherwise required by the section, or planting a tree or something with some certain diameter. I don't understand how those relate to solving the condominium issue. So for you know, I think maybe I've heard you mention that there was one or two unnamed parties that came and expressed an interest in this, which maybe triggered this. But again, it's only to one district. We're not curing it across all the districts. And the public benefits thing is just very confusing. My sense is I don't want to refer it. I want to say no action at this time, and come back later with some other solution.
Hey, David.
I'm just curious about why you wouldn't want to go with referral, given that I think that would be more consistent perhaps with positions we've taken on other articles from the perspective of we want to allow the comprehensive planning process to be completed. We want to have more community input. I'm not sure that planning department is necessarily wrong in its approach. It's just we may want to wait longer to have an understanding of our broader land use interests and perhaps broaden this to beyond just M districts alone, which is one of the issues that advisory committee pointed out. So with a referral, we could address those outstanding issues. I worry that a no vote would be sending the message that we're against this approach. I'm not sure we're against the approach. We're against the timing of it and its limitation.
You raised valid points, David. Make a good point.
So where are we? We
It's-
voted 4-1 favorable action.
It
Last time.
sounds to me like we're
We're still there.
thinking about referral rather than, are you?
So I could accept referral or no action if my colleagues prefer referral, and look at it completely and bring it back.
Okay, so we are reconsidering
Right.
our previous position.
I'd have to first move reconsideration.
Okay. All in favor, Chaz, you had something to say?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I just think this is an issue where, to Maria's point, we have the data in this district and we're ready to go forward. But if that's, the only pause that I have here is that if you're telling us this issue is something that needs to be addressed town-wide, then, but that it doesn't need to await the outcome of the comprehensive plan, maybe no action is the better call. But if the ultimate thing, as David said, is if you want this to be wrapped up as part of the comp plan, it strikes me as more of a binary choice. Like, do you want to fix this issue or not? And if so, in what districts?
Chaz, I think in the report, it was mentioned that, one of the reasons why it was only one district is because we'd want to do a more comprehensive impact analysis and understanding of all that. So, that is kind of consistent in community. And I think it actually talked more community engagement with the community to understand what they were looking for and impacts. I guess I'm more inclined to refer it to be consistent with advisory committee and their arguments, because I buy their arguments that's in the reports. Versus just saying no action and have you bring it back in May. So,
yeah, and no action. So recommending no action if town meeting then takes that up, follows that recommendation. It really is a chilling effect on looking at the whole thing.
You're right.
And so a referral is no barrier to the planning department saying, well, we'd like to move this forward townwide, or we'd like to make an adjustment in advance of the comprehensive plan and see, and float that idea and see what happens. So I think that's probably the better way to.
Okay, so you were one of the favorable action votes.
Okay, so I move reconsideration.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor? Mike?
Aye. Yeah.
Paul?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let's vote now for referral to the Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Yep.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next, warrant article 7. And that we voted 3-0 with 2 abstentions. So
Are we reconsidering Article 7?
So I also think there's just an issue here. There was something happened with the way that the agenda was posted and published. So 7 and 9 appeared and then disappeared. We will need to retake so we would recommend postponing them just for the sake of the open meeting law issue.
Was anybody asking to reconsider 7?
I thought someone was. I thought
Yeah.
after post. Sorry, go ahead.
I can help out here.
Oh yes, sorry. I know this. Yeah.
That's all right. 7, there was a correction that needed to be made to the board's vote that Maria had presented. Not to the board, but next week we'll have to put that in front of the board. It's something that she had worked through with I think Dick Benka and Linda Pelkey. So we'll talk about that next week when we put that in front of you before town meeting.
okay. So what about 9?
Same
thing? Okay.
Although 9 does not need reconsideration. I had thought that Roger was moving it, but Roger's not a town meeting member. He would have needed either another town meeting member or the HAB. We were anticipating that the HAB potentially would move it, but they chose not to. So there's nothing on 9 for you to consider.
Okay. So that is the last item on the agenda.
Are we doing something on 16?
16 we do need to take up.
16.
Sorry, yeah,
Oh,
16 is on there. Yeah. 16 is on there. Sorry.
Okay.
This is the joys of scheduling close to town meeting. 12, 14, and 16 were on there.
So someone made a change to 16?
16, the moderator, your proposed amendment went forward, the moderator ruled it out of scope. Remember you made one modification, which was about new construction.
Right.
You put new construction back in there as a condition in which this would trigger. The moderator said adding that in I think by accident brings in things that don't require excavation.
But you have a language fix.
I have a language.
Yes.
fix.
Okay.
So that's in there now. And the
Okay,
petitioners
first-
also cleaned up a little bit. They accidentally deleted some language about solar panels and many, changes back and forth. So adopting the version that's in the packet that's listed as warrant article 16 with all amendments submitted by the petitioners includes the revised language on your amendment, puts the language back in on solar panels, and should be the language that goes in front of town meeting.
I move reconsideration.
Okay, what was our vote before?
voted
It was 4-1.
4-1. John voted against.
John was the only.
Okay, so you can move reconsideration, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
All
I
in
knew,
favor?
I knew I had voted in favor.
Okay. All in favor, Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Now we're voting to favorable action on warrant article 16 as amended by the petitioners and some other-
Pretty much everybody else.
everyone else, okay.
It's listed in the packet as warrant article 16 with all amendments.
Okay. Any discussion? No? All in favor of warrant article 16 as amended with all, would you say all what?
With all amendments.
With all amendments, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoy, I'm sorry. Michael Sandman,
You don't want him here. I'll vote no again. Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Roman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now that is the end of the agenda. Do we have anyone who would like to speak in our post-meeting public comment session?
There are approximately 18 individuals online. If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand using the raise a hand feature. No one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, with that, I will declare that the meeting is over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one thing I was,
We're still on